Chapter 344. The three martial souls exuded a shocking fluctuation. Under Lin Feng's control, the three devouring martial souls began to merge. This was the ultimate form of Lin Feng's martial soul. The three martial souls had merged into one. According to the classification of martial souls, Lin Feng's martial soul belonged to the darkness martial soul, just as the blood dragon had said. This was because the devouring martial soul was a twisted black hole. In terms of the devouring martial soul's ability to bind and devour, it belonged to the darkness martial soul. Lin Feng's devouring martial soul was different from ordinary darkness martial souls. His martial soul had evolved from the ultimate form of a grade 10 martial soul. A grade 10 martial soul was known as the ultimate form of a martial soul. However, Lin Feng's martial soul had evolved again and surpassed the grade 10 martial soul. Three black holes had appeared. His martial soul had surpassed Fan Tao's darkness martial soul. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying aura emanated from Lin Feng's dantian. The three martial souls had fused together perfectly. An even larger devouring martial soul appeared in Lin Feng's dantian. When Lin Feng's three martial souls merged, Lin Feng felt that his strength was increasing crazily. He felt that he could capture the sun and moon with his hands and crush mountains and rivers with his feet. In Lin Feng's dantian, the ultimate form of the devouring martial soul revolved crazily. A terrifying devouring power surged out, and the endless black fog was devoured by the devouring martial soul. It's useless. Unless you have a light martial soul, you won't be able to break through my darkness martial soul. Blood Dragon's face was filled with a cold smile. Lin Feng's devouring martial soul was devouring the black fog. The Blood Dragon was producing even more black fog. Soon, the Blood Dragon's face changed drastically. The fog was getting thinner and thinner. The speed at which he produced the black fog was much slower than the speed at which Lin Feng's devouring martial soul was devouring the black fog. Hey, look, the black fog in the arena is getting thinner. What's going on? The black fog is formed by the Blood Dragon's darkness martial soul. Why is it getting thinner? Many people looked at the arena in confusion. How is this possible? Blood Dragon roared in disbelief. Dark martial spirits can't suppress each other. Why is your dark martial spirit suppressing mine? Lin Feng sneered and said, dark martial spirits are also divided into strong and weak. Boom! In the next moment, an even more powerful devouring force surged out and devoured a large amount of black fog. Even the three darkness clones that the Blood Dragon had created with his dark martial soul flew quickly toward Lin Feng's dantian. The three clones shrunk rapidly and were devoured by Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit. No, that's impossible. The Blood Dragon couldn't accept what was happening and roared furiously. His dark martial soul was almost invincible, but now it was actually broken by someone. This was a huge blow to the Blood Dragon. Nothing is impossible. Lin Feng sneered. Like an eagle soaring through the sky, he flew towards the Blood Dragon. With a direct attack, he attacked the Blood Dragon. Bang! With a muffled boom, the Crimson Dragon was sent flying. Wah! The Blood Dragon spat out large mouthfuls of blood in the air. Crack! 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 Many of the Blood Dragon's bones were broken. Lin Feng was about to rush out and completely cripple the Blood Dragon. Against an enemy, Lin Feng would never show mercy. However, just as he was about to cripple the Blood Dragon, a cold, killing intent suddenly enveloped him. How terrifying! Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. The killing intent was too terrifying. A yin-yang realm expert? Lin Feng took a deep breath. There was actually a yin-yang realm expert spying on everything in the area. Moreover, he was threatening him. Damn it! Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. He didn't dare act rashly with the yin-yang realm expert hiding in the dark. Plop! The blood dragon fell heavily to the ground and didn't move. He was breathing heavily and was clearly heavily injured. The blood dragon lost. No one knew who was the first to speak. Following that, the entire square was filled with shouts. Blood dragon, the #1 expert of the Mountain River list. He actually lost. Shocked gazes landed on the handsome black, clothed youth on the stage. It was him who had defeated the blood dragon. 17 years old. This Lin Feng is only 17 years old. He is truly a peerless monster. No wonder the Institute Master has been paying attention to him. The higher-ups of the Azure Dragon Institute lamented. Lost. He actually lost. The Blood Dragon Society members were stunned. They were all in a daze, as if they couldn't believe that it was real. As for the Dragon Sect members, they let out deafening cheers. Lin Feng flew down the stage and walked towards the Dragon Sect members. He returned to the crowd and closed his eyes to rest. The Mountain River List ranking competition had officially begun with the end of the battle between Lin Feng and the Blood Dragon. Late at night, in Shangguan Jingxiong's study. Fei, in this year, you have done well in Mercenary Town. Many of the family elders are very satisfied with you. Shangguan Jingxiong smiled. Shangguan Jingxiong looked to be around 50 years old. He had a sturdy body, but his face was pale. Because he had suffered an injury in his early years, he had never been able to recover. His body condition was not ideal. This was also the reason why Shangguan Jingxiong was in a hurry to groom his successor. Thank you, Father, for your praise. Shangguan Fei bowed slightly. We are father and daughter talking. You don't have to be so restrained. These years, I have indeed wronged you and your mother. Fei, Father's body is getting worse day by day, and I only have the three of you. Mo. Is fond of grandiose achievements. His eyes are too high. He does things rashly, and his personality is extreme. He is not suitable to be in charge of the Mercenary Association. Sigh. Let's not talk about him. Let's not talk about him. It seemed like he was extremely disappointed with Shangguan Li, and was unwilling to talk about him. Shangguan Jingxiong looked at Fei, and said, Now, there is the great clan elders faction eyeing the position of patriarch covetously. Father has already contacted a few of the clan elders. In 3 days in the family meeting, you will be the successor. After the 3 years of training ends, you can officially become the patriarch. Shangguan Fei said, Father, I'm afraid this matter will not be easy. Shangguan Jingxiong said, Father naturally knows that there will be many obstacles, but don't worry, Father has already considered everything. I only hope that in the future, when you inherit the position of patriarch, you can continue to expand the Mercenary Association. At the same time, you can get along well with Mo and Lear. No matter how bad they were in the past, they are still your brothers, flowing the same blood. Fei, will remember. Shangguan Fei replied. All right, you can go. Shangguan Jingxiong said. Fei farewell. Shangguan Fei bowed slightly, then left. After Shangguan Fei left, a figure walked out from the corner of the room. It was actually Shangguan, and Shangguan Mo's eyes were filled with a sinister light. Father, oh father, you would actually rather pass the position of patriarch to a lowly servant's daughter than pass it to me. Since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. As he said that, Shangguan Mo's face was filled with killing intent. Chapter 345. Family meeting? Is there going to be one? Hearing Shangguan Fei mention the family meeting, Lin Feng suddenly remembered what Shangguan Fei had told him a year ago. Shangguan Fei nodded and said, Father said that during the family meeting I will be chosen as the successor, and in the future I will be in charge of the Mercenary Association. Lin Feng pulled Shangguan Fei into his embrace and said, The leader of the Real Wu country's Mercenary Association will become a peerless beauty like you. Who knows how many people will fight to join the Mercenary Association? So hateful. Shangguan Fei humphed. Lin Feng asked, When will it be held? The day after tomorrow morning, Shangguan Fei said. At that time I will go and support you, and at the same time pay my respects to Annie, Lin Feng said with a smile. Shangguan Fei's face flushed red and she muttered, All right, when mother sees you, she will be very happy. Seeing Shangguan Fei's bashful look, Lin Feng felt an evil fire rising in his lower abdomen, and he directly carried her up and walked towards the bed. Shangguan Fei naturally knew what Lin Feng wanted to do, and she struggled with a red face. No, it is daytime now. People will hear us. How am I supposed to face others? We are all going to the Mountain River List ranking tournament. What are you afraid of? Doing it in the day is more interesting, Lin Feng said with a smile. Not long after, Shangguan Fei's soft panting could be heard from the room. Late at night, Shangguan Mo and the great elder Shangguan Qian came to Shangguan Zhengxiong's room together. Ever since Shangguan Zhengxiong had been injured, the great elder had been eyeing the position of family head. Seeing his son and Shangguan Qian come together, Shangguan Zhengxiong furrowed his brow. Why are you here in the middle of the night? Shangguan Zhengxiong asked. Shangguan Qian smiled and said, We are here for the family meeting tomorrow. Oh, Shangguan Zhengxiong raised his eyelids and said, What does the great elder want to say? The family head's health is deteriorating day by day. Tomorrow we should choose a successor, Shangguan Qian said with a smile. I already know what to do. I'll announce it at the family meeting tomorrow, said Lin Feng. As Shangguan Zhengxiong spoke, he started coughing violently. Shangguan Qian quickly gave Shangguan Mo a look. Shangguan Mo quickly went forward and supported Shangguan Zhengxiong, saying, Father, are you okay? Let me help you to rest. Shangguan Zhengxiong was somewhat gratified. He thought to himself that Mo still knew how to care for him. His earnest teachings these past few days were not in vain. After Mor's personality changed, he should still be entrusted with important tasks. At that time, he would assist Fei Shangguan Mo helped Shangguan Zhengxiong into the inner room. At this moment, Shangguan Qian attacked from behind Shangguan Zhengxiong, sending a palm strike towards Shangguan Zhengxiong. Shangguan Zhengxiong's cultivation was very strong. He had already felt the aura behind him. His expression changed, and he wanted to fight back, but Shangguan Mo grabbed his hand tightly. Mo. Shangguan Zhengxiong looked at Shangguan Mo in disbelief. Father, your injuries are so serious. If you relapse and die, your son will be very sad, Shangguan Mo said with a sinister smile. Bang! Shangguan Qian's attack fiercely struck Shangguan Zhengxiong's body, sending him flying. Wah! Shangguan Zhengxiong spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. He pointed at Shangguan Mo. There was no anger in his eyes, only endless sorrow. He had calculated everything, but he didn't expect that he would fall into the hands of his own son. Shangguan Zhengxiong fell to the ground, motionless. Shangguan Qian walked forward, touched his nose and frowned slightly. Is he dead? Shangguan Mo asked. He's still alive, but he's almost become a living dead. It's not good to kill him directly. This is the best way. His old injuries relapse and he becomes a living dead. Move him to the bed and let someone take care of him. Without our orders, no one can come and see him. Shangguan Qian said with a cold smile. Shangguan Mo nodded and threw Shangguan Zhengxiong on the bed as if he was a corpse. He couldn't be bothered to look at him. Shangguan Mo said, Can I become the clan leader tomorrow? I'll have to rely on the great elder. Shangguan Qian smiled and said, Now that Shangguan Zhengxiong has become a living dead, who can fight against us? As for that Shangguan Fei, she's just a little girl. Without Shangguan Zhengxiong's support, what is she? The position of clan leader will definitely be young Master Mo. That's great, said Lin Feng. Shangguan Mo was overjoyed. Shangguan Qian sneered in his heart. Trash like you becoming the clan leader will only be this old man's puppet. The power of the Shangguan clan and the Mercenary Association will finally fall into my hands. The next morning, Lin Feng headed towards the Shangguan clan. At the same time, the Shangguan clan's clan meeting officially started. All 16 elders of the Shangguan clan were present. Besides the 16 elders, there was Shangguan Mo, Shangguan Fei Shangguan Li. The children of the 3 clan leaders were also present. It's getting late, let's start now. Shangguan Qian said indifferently. The 5th elder, Shangguan Rin, said, the clan leader hasn't arrived yet, what's the rush? Shangguan Mo said, haha, before the clan meeting. Father said that he wasn't feeling well, so he won't be coming. Father has given full authority to the great elder, Shangguan Qian, to preside over this clan meeting. What? Shangguan Fei Shangguan Rin, and the rest of the clan leaders' faces changed slightly. Shangguan Fei said, Father values this clan meeting very much. How could he be absent? I'll go see him. Shangguan Fei stood up and walked out. Shangguan Mo sneered, men. Asterisk swish asterisk in an instant, more than 10 Shangguan clan experts with weapons blocked the exit. Shangguan Mo, what is the meaning of this? Shangguan Fei said coldly. Shangguan Mo didn't say anything, but Shangguan Qian said, Young Master Mo has already said that the clan leader has given me the authority to preside over this clan meeting. So Miss Fei, please return to your seat. You. Shangguan Fei's face turned ugly. She could only sigh and return to her seat. In this clan meeting, we will propose a new successor to the clan leader, and the person I propose is Shangguan Mo. The first elder, Shangguan Qian's lips curled up in a cold smile. At the same time, Lin Feng had already arrived outside the Shangguan clan. Little brat, stop right there. The guard stopped Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, My name is Lin Feng. Your Miss Fei asked me to come here, and I'm sure she has already informed you. What, Lin Feng? We are the first elder's men, not Shangguan Fei's men. Shangguan Fei can't order us around. Scram as far as you can. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. The guard leader said with a cold smile. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. He had heard Shangguan Fei mention that the first elder of the Shangguan clan, Shangguan Qian, had always been eyeing the position of clan leader. Now that the clan meeting was at such a crucial time, how could Shangguan Qian be in charge of guarding the Shangguan clan? Could it be that something has happened? Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. He quickly walked towards the Shangguan clan mansion. Little brat, you're seeking death. The guard leader shouted angrily, sending a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand, and a dense, lightning energy intertwined. Pung asterisk, the guard leader was sent flying. Many of his bones broken as he crashed to the ground, his life or death unknown. Whoever dares to stop me will die. A bone-chilling voice rang out. Chapter 346. The great elder said that nobody can go in. If anyone goes in, we'll all die. Let's attack together. I don't think he can defeat so many of us. One of the guards shouted loudly. Whoosh! The next moment he pulled out his long saber. Yeah, let's go together and chop this brat up. The rest of the people also pulled out their weapons, and more than a dozen guards rushed towards Lin Feng. You're courting death. Lin Feng waved his right hand. Crackle! Dense thunderbolts intertwined and blasted toward the dozen guards. Bang! Following that, sounds of violent collisions could be heard. The guards were all sent flying by the power of lightning. Their flesh was lacerated, and they fell to the ground, unable to move. Lin Feng stepped into the Shangguan clan. The current Shangguan clan was extremely strange. In the huge mansion, there were no servants or servants. There were only armed guards patrolling the Shangguan clan. These people were all experts that Shangguan Qian had secretly mobilized overnight to seal off the Shangguan clan. Obviously, Shangguan Qian had planned this for a long time. Who dares to barge into the Shangguan clan's mansion? Are you courting death? Shouted some people in an ice-cold way. Over 100 guards rushed towards Lin Feng. Tell me where the meeting is, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, you'll all die. Lin Feng's eyes had already become extremely cold. Since so many great elders' guards had appeared in the Shangguan clan, it was obvious that something had happened to the Shangguan clan. Lin Feng was burning with anxiety. I wonder how Shangguan Fei is doing. If anything happened to Shangguan Fei, Lin Feng didn't dare to imagine such a situation. Brat, I think you're just here to die. Kill this brat. One of the guards shouted loudly. Immediately, over 100 guards rushed towards Lin Feng. There will always be people who want to die. Lin Feng moved. Swish, he was like an afterimage. Puff, puff, puff. Streaks of blood splattered everywhere. Lin Feng used his palm as a saber. With every slash, a guard would be killed on the spot. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly flashed past. There were already hundreds of people lying on the ground. He walked into the depths with an indifferent expression. Don't let anything happen to you. Otherwise, I'll slaughter your entire family. The killing intent in Lin Feng's eyes grew stronger and stronger. To Lin Feng, Shangguan Fei had given all her love to him. As for Shangguan Fei this was Lin Feng's reverse scale. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched them would die. Whoever dared to harm Shangguan Fei, Lin Feng would make them regret ever being born into this world. Brat, who are you? How dare you commit murder in the Shangguan clan? Another 200 or so people rushed over. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was thin and his face was gloomy. This person was called Shangguan Yu. He was the son of the great elder, Shangguan Qian. He was the one who had sent people to seal off the entire Shangguan clan. Where will the family meeting be held? Speak. Stay alive. Don't say it. Die. Lin Feng's voice, which seemed to have come from the depths of hell, rang out once again. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines when they heard Lin Feng's voice. You're courting death. Arrows, kill him. Shangguan Yu shouted coldly. These guards immediately took out their arrows. More than 200 of them drew their bows and shot. Swish, 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 a dense rain of arrows shot towards Lin Feng. If it were to hit him, he would definitely turn into a hornet's nest. Brat, let's see how you'll die. Shangguan Yu's face was full of cold killing intent. Lin Feng raised both of his hands as the dense rain of arrows shot towards him. Buzz! A spatial magnetic field appeared around him. All of the arrows were frozen in midair, unable to move forward at all. Heavens! What kind of technique is this? The guards all had dumbfounded expressions on their faces, seeing the densely packed arrows floating around Lin Feng. They all felt their scalps go numb. Lin Feng's hands suddenly shook. Swish, swish, swish! The arrows changed direction and shot towards the guards. Quickly dodge! Many people screamed in horror. PFFF! PFFF! However, the speed of the arrows was simply too fast. The guards' bodies were pierced by the arrows. Some of them were directly killed. Some of them were seriously injured and fell to the ground, screaming miserably. There were also some who managed to dodge the arrows. Brat, you're courting death! Shouted Shangguan Yu furiously while throwing himself at Lin Feng. Divine Dragon Fist! He roared and punched towards Lin Feng. Above him, the fist energy was condensing into the shape of a divine dragon. You're at the second heavenly layer of the general realm. You're too weak. Lin Feng muttered. Cheong Chi's treasured technique. Roar! The Cheong Chi roared and slapped with its claws. With a loud bang, Shangguan Yu was sent flying by the punch. Crack! Crack! Countless bones in his body were broken. Heavens! Even Lord Shangguan Yu, a general, was beaten half to death in one move. How terrifying is that youth! The guards were all frightened by this scene and quickly retreated, not daring to come forward. No one dared to provoke Lin Feng, a peerless killing god. Swish! Lin Feng jumped a few dozen meters and arrived in front of Shang Guanyu in the blink of an eye. He grabbed Shang Guanyu. Where will the family meeting be held? Lin Feng looked at Shang Guanyu coldly. Inside. Shang Guanyu pointed towards the depths of the clan in fear. Lin Feng carried Shang Guanyu and walked towards the depths of the Shangguan clan. When Shangguan Qian suggested that Shangguan Mo be the successor of the family head, the entire hall fell silent. Shangguan Rin said coldly, "The family head has already informed us in advance that Miss Fei will be the successor of the family head. Miss Fei is the best choice, be it in terms of character or ability to cause trouble." Hearing that Shangguan Rin supported Shangguan Fei, Shangguan Mo looked at Shangguan Ren with killing intent. "What nonsense are you spouting? The family head supports young Master Shangguan Mo, not Miss Fei. The family head personally told me this. How can it be false? Since the family head and I both support young Master Shangguan Mo. Young Master Mo is the most suitable candidate for the position of successor." Shangguan Qian said coldly. "Shangguan Qian, don't you dare speak nonsense. I will go and see the family head now. At that time, it will be clear who the successor of the family head is." Shangguan Ren walked outside. "Shangguan Ren, you old bastard, do you want to die? You dare to question me and the family head? You are offending your superiors. Today, I will clean up the family on behalf of the family head." Shangguan Qian shouted coldly. Suddenly, he exploded and struck a palm toward Shangguan Rin. Shangguan Qian was a martial king, and although Shangguan Rin was very strong, he was only at the 10th heavenly layer of the martial general realm. Bang! Both sides collided. Kacha-kacha! Shangguan Ren's attack was broken. Shangguan Qian's terrifying attack landed on Shangguan Ren's chest. Kacha-kacha! Shangguan Ren's chest caved in, and he vomited blood. He fell to the ground and twitched violently. It looked like he would not survive. "No, third grandfather!" Shangguan Fei cried out in pain. She quickly ran over and knelt in front of Shangguan Ren to help him up. All these years, the mother and daughter pair did not have any status in the family. They had been bullied since they were young. All these years, Shangguan Ren had been protecting them. If it wasn't for Shangguan Ren, Shangguan Fei knew that in the Shangguan clan, it would be hard to say whether she would still be alive. To put it bluntly, Shangguan Fei and Shangguan Ren were closer than Shangguan Jingxiong. But now, Shangguan Ren was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Fei, good girl, don't cry. Live on!" Shangguan Ren said with difficulty. His body twitched violently and blood kept coming out of his mouth. "Third grandpa, don't die!" Shangguan Fei cried painfully. "Everyone, the traitor, Shangguan Ren, has been executed. Now, Shangguan Mo will be the clan leader's successor. Does anyone have any objections?" Shangguan Qian's sinister voice rang out. Everyone was shocked by Shangguan Qian's ruthlessness. When they thought about how the clan leader, Shangguan Jingxiong, did not attend the clan leaders' meeting, they sighed and shook their heads. When Shangguan Qian saw that no one had any objections, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "I object." However, at that moment, a voice came from outside. Everyone was shocked and looked outside one after another. He saw a young man carrying Shangguanyu and walking toward the hall step by step. Chapter 347. That young man is carrying Shangguanyu. Everyone was shocked. No matter what, Shangguanyu was still a martial general, right? How could he be captured by a young man? It was inconceivable. Lin Feng, run. Shangguan Qian is a martial king. You're not his match. Shangguan Fei shouted worriedly when she saw Lin Feng. Shangguan Qian could even kill Shangguan Ren, who was from the same clan. How could Lin Feng do that? Shangguan Fei was kneeling in front of an old man who was on the verge of death. Lin Feng guessed that the old man was an elder who had a close relationship with Shangguan Fei'er. Shangguan Fei'er's eyes were red from crying, and he knew how much pain she was in. Indeed, something had happened. Just as he had guessed, something had happened to the Shangguan clan. Lin Feng was glad that he had arrived in time. "Father, save me!" Shangguan Yu screamed. Shouted Shangguan Yu with a horrible shriek. He had been severely injured by Lin Feng. At that moment, he couldn't fight back. "Little brat, who are you? How dare you barge into the Shangguan clan? Let go of you, or I'll tear you to pieces." Shangguan Qian roared. "Oh, this is your son? You want him?" Lin Feng's lips curved into a cold smile. Shangguan Qian said coldly, "Hurry up and let him go." "For you." Lin Feng slapped Shangguan Yu's body. An hidden energy entered Shangguan Yu's body. Shangguan Yu was sent flying. "Little brat, I'll take your life later." Shangguan Qian rushed toward Shangguan Yu, wanting to catch him. Swoosh! At that moment, Lin Feng had already rushed into the main hall. So fast, everyone's eyelids twitched. Damn, it's that murderous god. When Shangguan Li saw Lin Feng, he couldn't help but shrink back. Useless thing. Shangguan Mo coldly glanced at Shangguan Li. "Lin Feng, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to." Shangguan Fei said anxiously. Lin Feng replied, "Don't worry, everything is up to me. I'll send anyone who dares to bully my Lin Feng's woman to the 18 levels of hell." That cold voice suddenly resounded in the hall. Many people felt a chill run down their spines. This was a very strange feeling. He was clearly just a young man. Why did everyone have such a feeling? At this moment, Shangguan Qian had already caught Shangguan Yu. You all right?" Shangguan Qian asked. "I." Shangguan Yu wanted to say something, but in the next moment, kacha kacha kacha. Within Shangguan Yu's body, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The hidden power that Lin Feng sent into Shangguan Yu's body exploded. All the bones in Shangguan Yu's body were directly broken. Wow! Shangguan Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and died. You died so miserably." Shangguan Qian roared, his face distorted. He only had this one son, and now he was killed by Lin Feng. Endless killing intent. Endless hatred exploded in Shangguan Qian's chest. "Shangguan Yu is dead!" The elders of the Shangguan clan were shocked. They did not expect that young man to be so decisive, even daring to kill Shangguan Yu. This was completely offending Shangguan Qian. Take, Fei away!" Shangguan Ren was still breathing, and he grabbed Lin Feng's hand as he stuttered. Lin Feng was very touched. The old man was about to die, but he was still thinking about Shangguan Fei'er. This was kinship. Sob, third grandpa. Don't die. Shangguan Fei'er cried in pain. Senior, don't worry. You'll be fine. Lin Feng took out a medicinal pill and fed it to Shangguan Ren. Shangguan Ren's aura, which was about to disappear completely, gradually grew stronger. What kind of medicinal pill is that? The elders of the Shangguan clan felt their eyelids twitch. A dying man had actually been saved by a medicinal pill. How miraculous! What kind of medicinal pill was that? He wondered who this young man was. Great, this is great. Third grandpa won't die. Shangguan Fei was extremely excited when she saw that Shangguan Ren's aura was stabilizing. She was crying and laughing at the same time. "Little bastard, I'll take your life. I'll grind your bones to dust and take revenge for you." Shangguan Qian was on the verge of madness. He roared and charged into the main hall, smashing the table with a palm strike before charging towards Lin Feng. "For your own selfish desires, you even killed your own brother. How dare you call yourself a human? Today, I'll clean up the Shangguan clan." Lin Feng laughed coldly and leaped forward. "Little bastard, you're just a mere general, and you dare to boast so shamelessly in front of me? You really don't know the meaning of death. Shangguan Qian's face was filled with a ferocious smile as he threw a palm strike at Lin Feng. That palm strike was extremely domineering. That was the strength of a martial king. A martial king. In the blink of an eye, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Cultivators of that level had already begun to comprehend Tao and laws. After another transformation, they would become yin-yang cultivators who had comprehended Tao and laws. Therefore, this realm was extremely terrifying. A martial king realm cultivator could almost instantly kill a martial general realm cultivator. That little brat is done for. The elders of the Shangguan clan all cried out in alarm. They were all martial kings, so they knew how terrifying Shangguan Qian was. They didn't believe that Lin Feng would be able to block Shangguan Qian's attack. Die! Die! Shangguan Mo's face was filled with a ferocious smile. That little brat is going to die. That's great. Shangguan Li was also excited. He still remembered how Lin Feng had taught him a lesson. Be careful. Shangguan Fei's beautiful face became as pale as a sheet of paper. The ultimate form of the devouring martial spirit. The fusion of 3 devouring martial spirits. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. Boom! The 3 devouring martial spirits fused and condensed a spatial magnetic field. That spatial magnetic field instantly enveloped Shangguan Qian. Shangguan Qian's speed was greatly reduced. Huh, you have such a martial spirit? Little bastard, your cultivation level is too low. You can't do anything to me. Shangguan Qian laughed ferociously. However, in the next moment, Shangguan Qian suddenly hugged his head and screamed in pain. Lin Feng's true killing move wasn't the devouring martial spirit. It was the soul sword. When Shangguan Qian attacked with his full strength, his spirit fused together and his defense was perfect. Lin Feng's soul sword couldn't enter Shangguan Qian's mind and injure his soul. Lin Feng knew that if he fought against Shangguan Qian in this state, he would definitely die. However, just now, Lin Feng had used the devouring martial spirit to reduce Shangguan Qian's speed, causing Shangguan Qian to be distracted. When Shangguan Qian was filled with disdain towards Lin Feng's spatial magnetic field, his spirit relaxed and a flaw appeared. This was Lin Feng's chance. Lin Feng used the soul sword to injure Shangguan Qian's soul. My head, it hurts so much. My head is going to split open. Shangguan Qian roared in pain. What's going on? What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Swoosh! A black light flashed. The black dragon sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice and slashed out with his sword. Poof! Blood splattered. Shangguan Qian's head flew into the sky. Next, the headless corpse fell to the ground. Chapter 348. Shangguan Qian has been killed. Heavens! How is this possible? Shangguan Qian is a martial king. How could he be killed by a young man? Everybody couldn't believe their eyes. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng with fear in their eyes. This young man was too terrifying. Even an expert like Shangguan Qian had been killed by him. Pervert, he's too perverted. Shangguan Li was so scared that his whole body trembled. He quickly said, Brother-in-law, you're finally here. It's all Shangguan Mo and Shangguan Qian's doing. It has nothing to do with me. No, this can't be true. Shangguan Mo couldn't believe it. He was about to succeed, but in the end, it was all for naught. Lin Feng's arrival. He had completely destroyed his chances of becoming the clan leader. Bang! Lin Feng kicked Shangguan Mo. Shangguan Mo was sent flying by Lin Feng. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood. My Dantian, you actually crippled me. Shangguan Mo looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of hatred. I've actually become a cripple. I'm finished. I'm really finished. Shangguan Mo pounced towards Lin Feng, but he was once again sent flying by Lin Feng's kick. Killing a person like you would only dirty my sword. Shangguan Li, find someone to tie him up. Lin Feng said coldly. Yes, yes, yes. Men. Hurry up and tie up Shangguan Mo. Shangguan Li shouted. Shangguan Li was now scared out of his wits by Lin Feng. He was only worried that Lin Feng would take his anger out on him because of Shangguan Fei. He listened to Lin Feng's words. How is father? Shangguan Fei looked coldly at Shangguan Mo. Haha, who was ambushed by Shangguan Qian and is now a living corpse. He's not far from death. Shangguan Mo shouted crazily. Patricide? The faces of the Shangguan clan's upper echelons changed. This was simply disgraceful. That's our father. How could you work with Shangguan Qian to harm our father? Elders, please take care of third grandpa. I'm going to see my father. Shangguan Fei hurriedly ran towards the back courtyard. Lin Feng followed, closely behind. Some elders stayed behind to look after Shangguan Rin, while others followed along. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the backyard? The guards shouted coldly. Crackle! Bolts of lightning blasted over, and the dozen or so guards were immediately sent flying. They fell to the ground, unable to get up. Everyone quickly entered the courtyard and pushed open the door. Father! Seeing Shangguan Jingxiong lying on the bed with his eyes closed, his face pale, Shangguan Fei couldn't help but cry. Perhaps the relationship between father and daughter was not deep and even a little thin. However, blood ties were something that could never be severed. Let me take a look. Lin Feng said. Alchemists dealt with medicine every day, so naturally they knew some medical skills. Lin Feng examined him and said, his internal organs and even the blood vessels leading to his brain are blocked by blood clots. Furthermore, there seems to be some terrifying poison in his body. If it wasn't for his high cultivation level, he would have died long ago. Furthermore, he was hit by Shangguan Qian, so he became a zombie. Can he be saved? One of the elders asked. Don't disturb me. Lin Feng straightened Shangguan Jingxiong's body and made him sit on the bed. Then, Lin Feng stretched out his right hand. Swoosh! A ball of flame appeared on Lin Feng's palm. Alchemist, the elders of the Shangguan clan, narrowed their eyes. They had never thought that this young man in front of them would not only have a high cultivation level, but also be a noble alchemist. Everyone was trying to guess Lin Feng's identity. Fei seemed to have a close relationship with this young man. The old foxes all thought to themselves. At this time, Lin Feng was continuously patting Shangguan Jingxiong's body. Using this method, he allowed the heat of the heavenly flame to enter Shangguan Jingxiong's body, dissolving the blood clots in his body. After a few dozen pats, Shangguan Jingxiong spat out 3 mouthfuls of black blood, and he opened his eyes. This is... Shangguan Jingxiong looked in front of him curiously. Father, are you all right? Shangguan Fei asked worriedly. I'm fine. What's the situation in the clan? Shangguan Jingxiong's weak voice rang out. Shangguan Qian and Shangguan Mo rebelled. Thanks to this friend of Fei the rebellion has been quelled. One of the elders said. Shangguan Jingxiong looked at Lin Feng and said, How should I address you, my young friend? This junior is Lin Feng. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, Senior, your injuries have just healed and you should rest more. Later, I will give you a prescription to help you expel the poison and recuperate. I believe that in half a year you will be fully recovered. I can still recover? Shangguan Jingxiong's eyes lit up. Yes, Lin Feng nodded. Phew! Shangguan Jingxiong let out a long breath and said, Thank you, my young friend. Senior, you're too polite. Lin Feng smiled and said, You father and daughter should have something to talk about. I'll take my leave first. Second elder, please entertain our young friend. Shangguan Jingxiong said. Yes, patriarch. The second elder walked out and invited Lin Feng to the living room. After 15 minutes, Shangguan Fei walked in. When the second elder saw Shangguan Fei he stood up and left. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what to do today, Shangguan Fei said softly. I won't let anyone bully you. Lin Feng caressed Shangguan Fei's beautiful face. Yes, Fei believes you. Shangguan Fei nodded heavily. Lin Feng didn't ask Shangguan Fei how she would deal with the First Elder's people or Shangguan Mo. These were the Shangguan clan's matters, and Lin Feng didn't want to interfere. What he had done, he had already done. Go and greet my mother. She has always wanted to see you. Shangguan Fei said with a red face. All right. Lin Feng smiled. Shangguan sure lived in a side courtyard. Originally, her place was sealed by the First Elder's people. Shangguan sure had been very anxious, worried that something would happen to Shangguan Fei. Not long ago, the First Elder's people were all taken down by the other elders. Only then did Shangguan sure know that the danger of the Shangguan clan was resolved. Lin Feng followed Shangguan Fei to visit Shangguan Shi. Shangguan sure looked to be in her 30s. Although she wasn't dressed extravagantly, she was dignified and elegant. Junior Lin Feng greets Annie. Lin Feng bowed to Shangguan Shi. Shangguan Shi had long heard about Lin Feng from Shangguan Fei. Seeing how young and handsome Lin Feng was, and hearing that Lin Feng had killed Shangguan Qian today, calmed the Shangguan clan's turmoil, and even cured her husband. Shangguan sure liked him more and more. Quick, don't be so polite, Shangguan sure said. Lin Feng, let's go in and have a seat. Mother's mung bean cake is very delicious, you should try it too. Shangguan Fei said with a red face. Then I'm in for a treat today. Lin Feng bowed slightly and entered the house with Shangguan Shi and Shangguan Fei. The Shangguan clan's matter was settled. Later on, Lin Feng found out that Shangguan Jingxiong had imprisoned Shangguan Mo for life. As his father, he must be heartbroken, right? As for Shangguan Jingxiong, he needed to recuperate, thus he relinquished his position as the patriarch, handing it over to Shangguan Fei. With the help of Shangguan Ren and the others, Shangguan Fei began to wield the authority of the patriarch. At the same time, the Azure Dragon Institute's Mountain River List ranking competition, after more than a month of intense battles, finally came to an end. Lin Feng fought with Xue Long and defeated him, but no one dared to challenge Lin Feng. Lin Feng replaced Xue Long and became the Mountain River List's first place. There were also many people in the Dragon Gate, such as Wang Kuan, Xiao Yifei, Xian Yuanzhan, Wu Ming, Long Xiu, and others who performed outstandingly, also occupying a place in the Mountain River List. A month after the Mountain River List ranking competition, the Fire Qilin and Lin Feng were preparing to leave the Azure Dragon Institute. The ancient god and devil battlefield was about to open, and Lin Feng wanted to go there to find the third martial talisman. Chapter 349. The third talisman was extremely important to Lin Feng. As long as he could find the third talisman in the ancient battlefield of gods and devils, Lin Feng's martial spirit would undergo a second evolution. At that time, a new devouring martial spirit would awaken. Every time a new devouring martial spirit was awakened, Lin Feng's cultivation would soar. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin left the Azure Dragon Institute together. Lin Feng didn't ride the lion vulture to the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, because there was still some time before the opening of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. The Fire Qilin and Lin Feng discussed their plans and decided to travel through the desolate forest to train while heading to the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Lin Feng leaped through the forest at lightning speed. As he continued to cultivate the golden wings, Lin Feng's speed became faster and faster. However, no matter how fast Lin Feng's speed was, the Fire Qilin could always catch up to Lin Feng. I really wonder if you've recovered your god force. Can your mortal body keep up with my speed? After running for 4 hours, Lin Feng stopped, panting heavily as he looked at the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin curled its lips, saying, "That year, in order to temper my body, I went to the deepest part of the Eastern Sea, where the ancient gods had fallen, carrying a primordial divine mountain to temper my body. Do you know how heavy a 10,000-meter tall primordial divine mountain is? Lin Feng shook his head. The fire Qilin said, a fist-sized primordial divine mountain is heavier than a 10,000-meter tall mountain. So heavy? Lin Feng was astounded. Of course. Moreover, any primordial divine mountain is more than 100,000 meters tall. You can imagine the weight of a primordial divine mountain. Even an yin-yang realm cultivator would be crushed into meat paste in an instant. The fire Qilin explained. No wonder I couldn't cut your body, so it was tempered like this. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in wonder. Whenever Lin Feng and the fire Qilin had a verbal conflict, it was inevitable that they would exchange blows. But no matter what method Lin Feng used, he couldn't injure the fire Qilin in the slightest. From this, it was clear how strong the fire Qilin's body was. Lin Feng then thought of the sacred royal stone that the fire Qilin snatched from numerous experts. The fire Qilin was so strong, yet the royal stone almost tortured him to death. Huang Xiaolong knew what secrets it hid. Of course, there was the demonic bead. The demonic bead was even more terrifying. It had directly plundered the fire Qilin's divine power, causing it to fall from its divine altar. Without its divine power, it was at the mercy of others. The fire Qilin, Lu said, the Tao, the Long. The Qilin, the Eastern Divine Land, is the Eastern true. Even the Eastern Divine Land is the Eastern Province is there. Even the Eastern Divine of the Eastern Divine gods. The Eastern is also, the Divine of the Divine is even Divine is Divine is, he, it, needed, was needed and, was. No one could become a fatty in one bite. Would. Lin Feng continued to cultivate in the forest. Lin Feng fought with the beast kings in the depths of the forest. He fought with the giant python in the depths of the lake. We'll reach the ancient battlefield of gods and demons in about half a month. That place is full of danger. The fire Qilin narrowed its eyes. Lin Feng nodded. When the time comes, many big factions will come, right? Of course. The ancient battlefield of gods and demons opens once every 100 years. In the depths of the ancient battlefield of gods and devils, it's said that an existence surpassing the god's spirit realm died. 100 years ago, many ancient powers wanted to bring the terrifying existence's corpse out, but they were attacked by an unknown force and suffered disastrous losses. In the end, they failed. 100 years have passed. I'm sure those ancient powers won't give up easily. They'll definitely want to bring that corpse out. The fire Qilin said. Lin Feng was shocked. An existence that surpassed the divine level? What kind of powerhouse was that? The fire Qilin said. Many ancient factions want to study the corpse. Perhaps they can find a way to surpass the divine level. Lin Feng was stunned. He had thought that the divine level was the peak of power in the world. But after talking with the fire Qilin, he realized that there were existences that surpassed the divine level. The fire Qilin said, You don't need to pay attention to these things. What you need to do now is to quickly increase your cultivation and break through to the yin-yang realm. Become a true cultivator. Once your lifespan reaches 1,000 years, you'll have the power to live forever. Only then can you truly continue on the path of cultivation. If you're unable to break through to the yin-yang realm, the older you get, the more difficult it will be to break through. In the end, you might be stuck at the martial king realm. You should know that the martial king realm only has a lifespan of 200 years. If you cultivate to the yin-yang realm, you'll have a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. I'll work hard. Continue cultivating. Lift that 10,000-meter tall mountain. The fire Qilin pointed at a mountain peak in the distance. Rumble. Not long after, a mountain appeared in the forest. The mountain sprinted all the way, scaring away countless ferocious beasts and adventurers who had ventured deep into the forest. The fire Qilin had taught Lin Feng this method of cultivation. Even though it was inhumane torture, it was very effective. Lin Feng could feel his pure qi becoming more and more condensed. It felt like he could break through at any moment. One day, Lin Feng rested in a mountain valley. The next morning, he left with the fire Qilin. At the moment when Lin Feng came out of the valley, he saw 12 swords flying towards him from all directions. Lin Feng couldn't escape from those 12 swords. He was completely surrounded. The 12 flying swords were as fast as lightning as they shot towards Lin Feng. An ambush! Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. These flying swords were all bejeweled flying swords. Flying swords of that level could already injure his body. Sending 12 bejeweled flying swords to kill him at once was not something an ordinary faction could do. Asterisk whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Asterisk the bejeweled flying swords flickered with an incomparably cold light. They transformed into terrifying killing intent as they shot towards Lin Feng. Swish! Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. When the 12 bejeweled flying swords slashed towards him, Lin Feng's hand flashed and the black dragon sword appeared in his hand. Lin Feng swung the black dragon sword. Asterisk clang, clang, clang. Asterisk a series of clanging sounds rang out as the 12 bejeweled flying swords were all sent flying by Lin Feng. Chapter 350. Good kid, your reaction is actually so fast. A cold shout was heard. Asterisk swoosh, 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 swoosh. Asterisk following that, 12 black-clothed cultivators rushed out of the forest. These people all emitted a gloomy aura. Their faces were covered, only revealing their eyes. The one who spoke was a skinny man. He should be the leader of this group. Soul Devourer Palace. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. This aura was too familiar. It was the blood-robed beast tamer, the black-robed poison master, and the others all had this gloomy and terrifying aura. It should be because they cultivated the same cultivation technique. The leading cultivator sneered and said, "You're pretty smart to be able to guess our identities. However, no matter how smart you are, you won't be able to escape today. This place will be your burial ground." "Huh, that's not necessarily true. The 12 of you won't be able to kill me," Lin Feng said indifferently. The leading cultivator sneered and said, "You're about to die, yet you're still boasting shamelessly." Lin Feng shrugged and said, "Then let's try it." Asterisk swoosh asterisk as soon as he finished speaking. Lin Feng took the lead and rushed out. The conflict between him and Soul Devourer Palace was a situation where only one of them would die. Lin Feng didn't need to ask how these people had targeted him, because he knew that Soul Devourer Palace would definitely think of a way to kill him. "Kill!" The leading cultivator of Soul Devourer Palace coldly shouted. Asterisk, buzz, buzz, buzz. Asterisk, these people all took out their precious artifact flying swords. These flying swords emitted terrifying fluctuations. The power of these flying swords was extremely shocking. They were truly supreme treasures that could cut through iron like mud. Moreover, they were extremely fast. 12 flying swords were once again taken out by the 12 experts of Soul Devourer Palace. These flying swords were controlled by the experts of Soul Devourer Palace. They flew in different directions and attacked Lin Feng. Moreover, there was a time difference this time. After the first flying sword attacked, the second flying sword would continue to attack Lin Feng. The 12 flying swords all had a certain time difference. In this way, 12 flying swords were formed, and they came at different times to attack. Lin Feng wanted to send all the flying swords flying, but it became very unrealistic. This was because as soon as he slashed out with his sword, the flying swords that were sent out to slash at him had already attacked. At this time, it would be very difficult to block the next wave of attacks with his sword. Taking a step back, even if Lin Feng could withstand the second wave of flying swords, he would still be able to withstand the second wave of flying swords. However, the 12 flying swords were coming at him continuously. How many waves could Lin Feng withstand? As long as one of the flying swords landed on Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng's head would be separated from his body, and he would die on the spot. Evidently, the coordination between the 12 of them could be said to be flawless. They had accurately executed their attacks to the millimeter. The eyes of the 12 soul Devourer Temple experts were filled with killing intent. In their opinion, Lin Feng was dead for sure. There was no way he could avoid their attacks. Humph! Facing the attacks of the 12 soul Devourer Palace experts, Lin Feng sneered. He waved his left hand, and a black light soared into the sky. Amidst the black light, a broken jar flew out. Kid, you can't be thinking of using this broken jar to deal with our 12 precious flying swords, right? Haha, this kid must have been scared silly, right? The 12 soul Devourer Temple experts burst into laughter, mocking and ridiculing Yi Futian. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He did not say anything. He activated the Heaven Devourer jar. Buzz! A twisting black vortex formed within the Heaven Devourer jar. After the magic treasure was activated, a terrifying devouring power gushed out from the sky-swallowing jar. Although the Heaven Devourer jar was damaged, its power was still terrifying. It could devour everything. Especially, the Heaven Devourer jar could forcibly steal other people's artifacts. This ability was simply heaven-defying. When the terrifying devouring power released by the Heaven Devourer jar enveloped the 12 precious flying swords, the 12 precious flying swords that were originally attacking Lin Feng all changed directions and flew toward the Heaven Devourer jar. When the 12 soul Devourer Temple experts saw this, their expressions changed drastically. Not good. That broken jar is trying to devour our precious flying swords. Quick, summon the artifact spirits. We can't let that kid devour our precious flying swords. Boom! Boom! The 12 soul Devourer Temple experts made their moves at the same time. Streams of powerful true energy poured into the precious flying swords. God of the deep sea! God of the deep sea! Immediately after, deep voices rang out from the 12 precious flying swords, one after another. Within the precious flying swords, light soared into the sky. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, 12 colossal existences emerged. They were gigantic creatures shrouded in a layer of mist. They looked like giant fish, but their heads resembled the heads of lions. It was very strange. These precious weapons are all made of deep-sea blackstone, right? Even their artifact spirits are the same. The fire Qilin, who was watching the battle from afar, muttered softly. Deep-sea blackstone was a type of stone found at a depth of 30,000 meters. It contained a powerful spiritual nature and could be used to forge precious weapons. The artifact spirits of the 12 precious flying swords are the same? Are they all forged in batches? Lin Feng was speechless. No wonder he felt that the precious flying swords were only low-grade precious weapons. Forging precious weapons in batches, no matter how good the materials were. In the end, the power of the precious weapons would be reduced by several grades. Deep-sea blackstone was an ore. If it was carefully crafted, the treasured flying sword he forged should be a high-grade treasured weapon. After the artifact spirits appeared, the 12 precious flying swords' power increased greatly. They wanted to break free from the sky-devouring jar. Lin Feng sneered. How laughable. Do you think you can break free from the sky-devouring jar? Sky-devouring jar, devour! Lin Feng suddenly slapped the sky-devouring jar. Powerful energy. It poured into the sky-devouring jar. The sky-devouring jar's aura became more and more terrifying. With the devouring martial spirit, Lin Feng could maximize the sky-devouring jar's power. When the devouring martial spirit's power was poured into the sky-devouring jar by Lin Feng, the sky-devouring jar's power increased rapidly. God of the deep sea! God of the deep sea! The artifact spirits of the 12 precious flying swords roared loudly. trying to break free from the sky-devouring jar. But it was useless. The 12 precious flying swords quickly flew towards the sky-devouring jar, shrinking in the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When they reached the sky-devouring jar, they shrank to half an inch and were immediately swallowed by the sky-devouring jar. After the sky-devouring jar swallowed the 12 precious flying swords, it forcefully cut off the connection between the 12 soul Devour Temple experts and the 12 precious flying swords. Wah! The 12 soul Devour Temple experts suffered a backlash, and all of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Little bastard! How dare you steal our precious weapons? We'll tear you to pieces. The 12 strong cultivators of the soul-devouring temple were looking at Lin Feng. They were filled with hatred and hatred. Their facial expressions were distorted. Chapter 351. Treasured flying swords were extremely precious. To be able to obtain a life treasure, just how difficult was that? Many people viewed their magical treasures as more important than their own lives. But now, Lin Feng had forcefully stolen the treasured flying swords of the 12 Soul Devour Palace experts. This was simply driving the 12 Soul Devour Palace experts crazy. Ha ha! Lin Feng laughed loudly and said, "It seems like you won't be able to kill me today. Perhaps you'll be killed by me." The expert's eyes suddenly flashed with a dense killing intent. The leading cultivator said coldly, "Brat, it's too early for you to be happy. So what if you stole our treasured flying swords? You're alone, and the 12 of us are attacking you together. Do you think you can withstand our attacks? After killing you, the treasured flying swords will return to our hands, and the treasures on your body will also belong to us." When the others heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. Right? They had the advantage in numbers. How could this brat fight against 12 of them? Thinking of this, the killing intent in their hearts became even stronger. "Then let's see if you kill me, or if I kill you." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Martial spirit sacrifice. The leading cultivator of the Soul Devour Palace was very straightforward. He directly used his strongest attack, urging his martial spirit to attack Lin Feng. Bind! Bind! First, the 2 black-clothed men urged their martial spirits. These 2 people's martial spirits were not attack-type martial spirits, but auxiliary-type martial spirits. The first person's martial spirit was a dense cluster of vines. These vines covered the sky and rushed towards Lin Feng, wanting to bind Lin Feng. The second person's martial spirit was a strange rope. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a martial spirit. This rope was called the Immortal Binding Rope. Although it did not have a strong attack power, it had a special characteristic, which was to bind. Once the rope was bound, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to break free. The 2 auxiliary-type martial souls were used together to bind Lin Feng and prevent him from moving. At that time, he could only passively take a beating. Roar, roar, roar. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately after, the rest of the people also activated their martial spirits. Bestial roars shook the heavens and the earth. It was a beast spirit. A cold light flickered. This was a Tool martial spirit. All kinds of martial spirits rushed toward Lin Feng. The power of 12 martial spirits exploding at the same time was too terrifying. It was enough to destroy everything. That kind of power was shocking. You want to use your martial soul against me?" said Lin Feng, while smiling coldly. He flicked his finger, and a purple flame emerged from his hand. In a flash, the purple flame ignited the vine spirit, which was moving towards him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The vine martial spirit started to burn fiercely. "Damn it, my spirit has been ignited." The cultivator who summoned the vine martial spirit had a drastic change in expression. He could not help but roar angrily and quickly think of a way to extinguish the fire. Boom! At the same time, Lin Feng activated his devouring martial spirit. The immortal binding rope martial spirit was directly devoured by Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit. "My martial spirit has been devoured." the black-clothed cultivator of the Second Life said with an extremely ugly expression. "It doesn't matter, we still have our martial spirits." The leader of the Soul Devour Palace shouted loudly. He activated his beast spirit, the wild lion martial spirit, and rushed toward Lin Feng to kill him. The other 9 people also activated their martial spirits in a frenzy. 10 martial spirits appeared in the blink of an eye. The 10 martial spirits released their power at the same time. The chi and fluctuations produced by the 10 martial spirits made Lin Feng's heart palpitate. However, Lin Feng did not show any fear. Everything was under his control. "Today, I will let you die convinced." Lin Feng's deep voice resounded. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying qi was released from Lin Feng's body. Force. Lin Feng was condensing his force. When Lin Feng condensed his force, it was easy for him to unleash 100% of his combat strength. This was the terrifying aspect of momentum. Many times when cultivators fought, it was difficult for them to unleash 100% of their combat strength due to various reasons. Sometimes they could only unleash 30% or 40% of their strength. For example, if they were seriously injured, being able to unleash 30% of their combat strength was already quite good. However, if they could condense their own force, no matter what the situation was, they could increase their combat strength to 100%. Immemorial dragonesque elephant. Suppress the heavens. Bow down to the heavenly emperor. Bow down to the gods. Lin Feng's deep voice resounded. In the void, a gigantic object appeared. It was an immemorial dragonesque elephant that could suppress the world. Its head was the sky, and its feet were on the ground. With a roar, the mountain shook. Bang, 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 the immemorial dragonesque elephant roared and destroyed the martial spirits condensed by the Soul Devour Palace's experts, one after another. This is impossible. The Soul Devour Palace's experts looked at the scene in disbelief. One move. He had destroyed 10 of their martial spirits. This was too heaven-defying. How could this be something an 18-year-old boy could do? Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Feng had already made his move. He was too fast and instantly rushed in front of a Soul Devour Palace's expert. The black dragon, sword in his hand, swiped across the void. Uft! The Soul Devour Palace's expert's neck was torn apart. Fresh blood immediately gushed out. The Soul Devour Palace's expert died on the spot. This kid is cruel. Let's leave quickly. The leading Soul Devour Palace cultivator shouted loudly. At this moment, he no longer had the heart to fight. He took the lead and rushed into the distance. The rest of the people did the same. They were almost scared out of their wits by Lin Feng. How could they still have the courage to fight? They turned and ran. There's no escape. You devils, you kill people like flies. Today, I'll kill you on behalf of the heavens. Lin Feng roared and chased after them. The people of the Soul Devourer Palace had wreaked havoc in the East County's divine land back then, causing the deaths of billions of ordinary people. This led to a mass attack. Now, the remaining forces of the Soul Devourer Palace were showing signs of revival. For example, they had manipulated the war between the Orc Empire and the True Martial Kingdom, causing heavy casualties in both countries. The Soul Devourer Palace belonged to the Devil Path, although the Devil Path was also divided into good and evil. However, it was clear that the Soul Devourer Palace belonged to the Devil Path. They were devils. Lin Feng killed the Soul Devourer Palace's cultivators without any hesitation. He quickly chased after them. The black dragon sword pierced the chest of a Soul Devourer Palace cultivator from behind. Whoosh! Lin Feng pulled out the black dragon sword and chased after the second person. His speed was too fast. These Soul Devourer Palace cultivators were too slow compared to Lin Feng. Uft! Uft! The sound of bodies being pierced was heard. One by one, the Soul Devourer Palace cultivators were killed. Soon, only the leader of the Soul Devourer Palace was left. I'll fight you to the death. the leader roared. He suddenly pulled up a 1,000-meter-tall mountain and threw it at Lin Feng. Pooh! However, in the next moment, Lin Feng's black dragon sword was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. It instantly split the mountain and pierced the Soul Devour Palace cultivator's chest. I can't believe I'm going to die here. The man murmured in disbelief before he died. In the next moment, he fell to the ground and died. The 12 Soul Devour Palace cultivators had all died. Chapter 352. Deep in the forest, Lin Feng sat on top of a tree and counted the spoils of war he had obtained from the Soul Devour Palace's experts. 12 treasured flying swords, 12 spirit artifact robes, 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 30 bottles of various pills. In addition, there were some gold, silver, secret techniques, and so on. The truly valuable items were the treasured flying swords and spirit artifact robes. Lin Feng had also collected many treasured artifacts and spirit artifacts during this period of time. These treasures were extremely precious. If he took them out to sell, he would definitely be able to sell them for an astonishing price and make a fortune. However, Lin Feng had no intention of selling them. He planned to wait until he returned to his family and leave them there to increase the Lin family's strength. It seems like you've become the Soul Devour Palace's target, the Fire Qilin said with a faint smile. If the Soul Devour Palace sends out Yin-Yang Realm cultivators, it will be a big problem. Lin Feng said, then I'll have to cultivate faster and raise my cultivation level so that even Yin-Yang Realm cultivators won't be able to return. Haha, domineering. You should have this kind of confidence and domineering attitude. Only then can you soar into the sky. The Fire Qilin nodded in satisfaction. After putting away everything, Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin continued to rush into the depths of the forest. There were many ferocious birds and beasts in the depths of the forest. Lin Feng trained as he walked deeper into the forest. Late at night, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. A vortex condensed above him, the essence of the sun and moon. The power of the stars and the spirit energy of heaven and earth all gathered towards Lin Feng. After a series of battles, Lin Feng was already on the verge of a breakthrough. Today, when he was regulating his breathing, he entered a mysterious state. Lin Feng had the feeling that he was fusing with the earth and the sky. He was becoming a speck of dust, a grain of sand, a blade of grass, a tree. This was a mysterious feeling that was compatible with heaven and earth. Only when one's heart was pure and flawless could one merge with heaven and earth. This meant that people with pure hearts could often reach a magical state of merging with heaven and earth. Just like Lin Feng now. That little brat can still maintain a pure heart after killing so many people. How rare. It seems like he's about to break through. It's a bit earlier than I expected. The Fire Qilin, who was originally lying on top of a rock, felt the change in Lin Feng. It raised its head and muttered to itself. Roar! An earth-shattering roar suddenly resounded. Suddenly, the entire mountain forest became dead silent. It was so quiet that it was strange. Soon, a huge tiger that was more than 10 meters long and 7 to 8 meters tall leaped out. It was a demonic tiger with an abnormally terrifying aura. Clearly, it was the overlord of the forest. When the demonic tiger saw Lin Feng, who was sitting cross-legged, a ferocious light flashed in its eyes. With a low growl, it pounced towards Lin Feng. Scram! The Fire Qilin leaped out and stared coldly at the demon tiger. The Fire Qilin's body exuded a terrifying aura. This was the supreme divine power of a divine beast. Roar! The demon tiger let out a frightened cry and turned to flee into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. The Fire Qilin let out a long sigh and muttered, Damn it, I'm guilty because I don't have divine power. Back then, I could have killed this little tiger with a sneeze. Now that I see it, I feel cold all over. I don't know if that thing really exists in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. If it does, I must find it. Maybe I can use that thing to reactivate my withered divine body and let my body slowly produce divine power. Without that thing, I don't know how long it will take to recover my divine power. The fire Qilin sighed and lay on a smooth rock, closing its eyes to rest. When dawn arrived, a shocking fluctuation woke the fire Qilin up. The fire Qilin opened its eyes and saw an endless amount of moonlight, celestial power, heaven and earth vitality, and even the essence of the plants rushing towards Lin Feng's body. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Feng's body emitted a terrifying fluctuation. Breakthrough! The fire Qilin's eyes lit up. Lin Feng jumped up and felt the power in his body. He was ecstatic. He had finally broken through to the fourth layer of the martial general realm. This month of bitter cultivation, hundreds of life and death battles, I've finally reaped the rewards. Lin Feng took a deep breath. After a short moment of surprise, he quickly regained his calm. He was only a martial general, and although he had broken through, there was still a large gap between him and the geniuses nurtured by the top forces. Thus, Lin Feng understood that he still had a long way to go. Now was not the time to be arrogant and complacent. The fire Qilin was very satisfied with Lin Feng's ability to control his emotions. It said, "We'll have to speed up. There's no need to continue training. We'll head straight to the ancient battlefield of gods and demons." Lin Feng nodded, his back trembling slightly. Whoosh! A pair of golden energy wings materialized out of thin air. The fire Qilin jumped onto Lin Feng's shoulder. The golden wings shook slightly, and Lin Feng rushed into the air, quickly flying in the direction of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. When they were about 3 or 4 days away from the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, the number of cultivators on the road began to increase. Many people were probably rushing to the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. In a mountain forest, a man and a woman were hunting under the protection of a dozen guards. The woman was very seductive, like a vixen. Her entire body emitted a coquettish aura. "Sir, the bow and arrow are so heavy. Hurry up and help me carry it." The seductive woman said sweetly. The young man said, "I don't think it's the bow and arrow that's heavy. It's you who wants to be F***ed. Sir, you're so annoying." The seductive woman snorted. The young man laughed heartily and walked over. He stood behind the seductive woman and grabbed her hands. "What do you want to shoot?" the young man asked. "I want to shoot." The seductive woman looked around. Suddenly, she saw a cultivator flying over from afar. "Ah, sir, look. Someone's flying over." The seductive woman pointed at Lin Feng, who was flying over the mountain forest. She smiled sweetly and said, "I want to shoot him. What do you think?" "Haha, of course there's no problem. Come, I'll teach you how to shoot." The enchanting woman grabbed the bow and arrow, while the young man grabbed the enchanting woman's hands. Their heads were pressed together, and then they slowly pulled the bow and arrow. This bow and arrow was not an ordinary bow and arrow, but a magic bow, a magical arrow. Once this arrow was released, it would be very easy to kill someone. However, these two people were shooting at cultivators just for fun. Whoosh! The magical arrow turned into a ray of light, moving as fast as lightning. It instantly shot towards Lin Feng, who was flying above the mountain forest. The arrow went straight for Lin Feng's chest. Chapter 353. Lin Feng frowned. He looked at the arrow which was flying towards him, and his facial expression looked glum. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand. Crack! Lin Feng caught the arrow in his hand. He looked down at the forest and saw a group of people in the forest. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly descended. "I don't think we know each other. There is no enmity between us, so why shoot me with an arrow? Don't tell me that it was an accident. Even a child wouldn't believe that." Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. The young man glared coldly at Lin Feng and said, "That's right. I was the one who shot it. I was hunting when you flew over and got shot. You were unlucky. Since you survived, You should have left obediently instead of questioning me. Lin Feng suddenly felt a surge of anger. If one wasn't careful, they could be shot to death. Not only did this person not have the slightest bit of regret, he was actually so arrogant. Lin Feng said coldly, "You shot an arrow at me for no reason. If I hadn't reacted quickly enough, I might have been killed by that arrow of yours. And you won't even allow me to question you?" The young man said disdainfully, "Brat, so what if this young master shoots an arrow at you? This young master is happy. Who do you think you are? How dare you question me? Get lost before I get angry. Otherwise, I'll make you regret ever being born." Lin Feng had seen arrogant people before, but this was the first time he had seen someone so arrogant. Lin Feng felt like his chest was about to explode. Fury. It burned fiercely. Lin Feng's character was that if you respected him, he would respect you tenfold. If you dare to step on my foot, I'll make you wish you were dead. Good, good, good. Lin Feng smiled angrily and looked at the young man icily. Kneel down. Kneel down and kowtow to me. Apologize to me. Then you can slap your own face until I'm satisfied. If you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, I'll let you know how to write the word regret. Young master, I'm so scared. The enchanting woman patted her plump chest with a surprised look on her face. Darling, he's just a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Don't be afraid. As the young master comforted the enchanting woman, one of his hands reached into her clothes and grabbed her plump breasts, rubbing them vigorously as if there was no one else present. The enchanting woman immediately let out a series of moans. This young master had an evil aura about him. He waved his hand and ordered, "Capture this brat, but don't kill him right away. I'll let him know how I torture people." "Yes, sir." Immediately a guard leaped out. That guard was a cultivator of the first celestial layer. He looked at Lin Feng with a ferocious smile and said coldly, "Little brat, you even dare to offend our prince. I think you don't want to live anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch at Lin Feng. Facing the powerful punch of the guard, Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and grabbed the incoming punch. Crack! The guard's fist was caught in Lin Feng's hand. The ferocious-looking guard struggled with all his might, but he was shocked to find that his fist was clamped like a vice. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Lin Feng used a bit of strength. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Ah! That was followed by a miserable shriek. The wrist of the ferocious-looking guard was broken by Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng raised his right foot and kicked out. The cultivator was sent flying 30 to 40 meters away by Lin Feng's kick. He fell to the ground and his body was arched, twitching violently. "Young master, he's so strong. I'm so scared." The enchanting woman was panting from the young master's rubbing as she spoke pitifully. This stimulated the young master's lust even more. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still in conflict with Lin Feng, the young master would have already taken action. With the young master's personality, he would have already taken off the enchanting woman's undergarments and forced himself on her in the wilderness. In any case, he had done this more than once. "Darling, don't be afraid. This brat won't be able to jump around for long." The young master's lips curled into a devilish smile as he said coldly, "Are you all trash? There's so many of you, yet you can't even deal with a single person? Don't worry, young master. We'll take care of this brat soon." The rest of the people agreed. These people knew that if they angered their young master, it would be a terrible thing. They couldn't help but hate Lin Feng. If it wasn't for him, would they have been reprimanded by the young master? Immediately, their eyes flickered with a sinister light as they all charged at Lin Feng. This young master's identity was definitely not ordinary, because one could roughly guess this person's background from the guards by his side. These guards all had the strength of a martial general. Going out with more than 10 martial generals protecting him was not something an ordinary faction could do. But so what? If you provoke me, I don't care if you're the king of heaven, I'll still torture you. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he leaped forward and charged at these people. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had broken through, his strength had greatly increased. In addition, he had cultivated many powerful ancient divine abilities and secret techniques. Ordinary martial generals were simply not a match for Lin Feng. Only martial generals at the 8th or 9th heavenly layer would be able to firmly suppress Lin Feng. Brat, are you courting death? When they saw that Lin Feng actually dared to take the initiative to charge at them, a sinister smile appeared on the faces of the guards. As far as they were concerned, Lin Feng was simply courting death. So what if a young man is also a martial general? Could it be that he could fight against more than 10 of them by himself? Asterisk bang bang bang. Asterisk both sides fiercely collided with each other. Following a series of muffled sounds, one guard after another was sent flying by Lin Feng. Kacha kacha! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. These martial general guards were simply not a match for Lin Feng. Their arms were all broken by Lin Feng's punch. Their bodies flew back and fell to the ground, holding their broken arms as they mournfully and painfully screamed. How is this possible? When the young master saw this scene, his expression suddenly changed. These were more than 10 martial general cultivators, but they were all heavily injured by a single move. The young master suddenly panicked. Young master, don't worry, we'll deal with him. Asterisk swish swish. Asterisk the 2 cultivators beside the young master spoke at the same time. When he saw these 2 people, the young master calmed down. He said with a sinister smile, "Don't kill him directly. We know what to do." The 2 guards replied. Asterisk whoosh whoosh. Asterisk the 2 guards walked towards Lin Feng, one on the left and one on the right. The aura emitted from their bodies caused Lin Feng's expression to change slightly. 7th heavenly layer, martial general. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Chapter 354. Brat, you have some eyesight. If you know that you are afraid, then surrender without a fight. Maybe you can suffer less later. If you are stubborn, then only death awaits you. The skinny cultivator on the left said with a sneer. Lin Feng's body began to tremble slightly. The cultivator on the right, with a sinister gaze, said, "We haven't even made a move yet, and you're already so scared. Brat, if you want to live, then quickly kneel down and kowtow to our young master." The corner of Lin Feng's mouth hooked up into a cold arc. How was he afraid? It was excitement. A cultivator at the 7th layer of the martial general realm should have around 15,000 dragon power. And Lin Feng's current strongest strength was 3,750 dragon power. Although there was a gap between him and a cultivator at the 7th layer of the martial general realm, it was not an irreparable gap. Through a secret technique, during a battle, one could make up for the gap between the 2 sides. And the 7th layer of the martial general realm happened to be the realm that Lin Feng wanted to fight the most. He wanted to use these 2 people to test his newly increased strength. Ha ha! Attack me. Let me see how strong the 7th layer of the martial general realm is. Lin Feng laughed out loud. Brat, you're courting death. When the 2 cultivators heard this, their faces immediately became extremely gloomy. This brat actually dared to look down on them so much. How could they tolerate this? The 2 of them had indifferent expressions as they leaped out and rushed towards Lin Feng. Since you want to die, then we'll fulfill your wish. The 2 cultivators had sinister expressions on their faces, one on the left and one on the right. The person on the left used a great capture move. The person on the right used a wind cloud palm move. The 2 of them clearly had a tacit understanding of each other. One on the left and one on the right, they attacked continuously. The wind from their palms was like a sharp blade, and the wind from their palms instantly pierced through a large tree that could only be held by a dozen people. The claw light was like a saber light. The saber light that shot out instantly cut a 100-meter-tall boulder in half as if it was tofu. The power is not bad, but it's not enough. Lin Feng's expression was cold. Dense lightning energy was condensed in his hands. The power of lightning interweaved together and turned into a ball of lightning. Lin Feng held a lightning ball in his left hand and a lightning ball in his right hand. He hurled it at the two of them. This was the lightning ball condensed by Lin Feng using the Sky Tyrant lightning art. Its might was terrifying to the extreme. The ball of lightning instantly exploded, emitting a terrifying might that made one's heart tremble. Bang! Bang! Two explosions spread in the air. Lin Feng and the two cultivators of the seventh celestial layer collided. The power of the lightning ball condensed by the Sky Tyrant lightning secret art was really too powerful. The ball of lightning exploded. The two seventh layer martial general cultivators were sent flying. Wow! The two cultivators spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Their faces were extremely pale. This attack had caused them serious injuries. How is this possible? The young master originally had a complacent and indifferent expression as he watched everything unfold in front of him. In his opinion, Lin Feng was bound to lose, but who would have thought that his two guards would be sent flying by Lin Feng? At this moment, the young master looked at Lin Feng with a trace of horror in his eyes. Is this your strength? Take out your strongest strength to fight against me. Lin Feng walked step by step towards the two seventh layer martial general cultivators. Around his body, dense lightning energy lingered. He was like a god born from lightning. Young master, run! The two guards shouted in a deep voice. After exchanging blows, the two of them more or less knew how terrifying Lin Feng's fighting strength was. At this moment, they only hoped to delay for a while. At this time, the young master also reacted. He didn't even care about the enchanting woman and turned to run. Young master, wait for me! The enchanting woman also ran away. Crackle! Lin Feng's surroundings were intertwined with the power of lightning. He stepped forward and took the initiative to attack the two of them. Attack! The two seventh layer martial master cultivators coldly shouted and once again charged towards Lin Feng. The thin cultivator's dantian shone with light as he activated his martial spirit. His martial spirit was a blood-red long saber. It traversed the void and slashed towards Lin Feng. The gloomy cultivator's martial spirit was actually a skull. It directly flew out and bit towards Lin Feng. Sky Tyrant lightning art. Break! Break! Lin Feng roared loudly. Boom! Boom! The power of lightning ruthlessly struck down, and the two cultivators' martial spirits were instantly shattered by the lightning. Then the dense lightning struck the two cultivators' bodies and directly sent them flying. Puff! Puff! The two cultivators' flesh was torn apart by the explosion, and they fell to the ground, unable to get up. Lin Feng jumped out and quickly caught up with the young master who was running away. You still want to run? Lin Feng looked at the young master indifferently. Ah! The enchanting woman was so frightened that her legs went soft and she directly sat on the ground. What do you want? The young master asked in a trembling voice. Lin Feng sneered. Now you're asking me what I want. The young master threatened. Do you know who I am? Let me tell you, I'm... Slap! Before the young master could finish his sentence, Lin Feng slapped him. This slap directly sent the young master flying. His body crashed into a tree and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Seeing Lin Feng walking towards him, the young master ignored the pain and roared loudly. I'm from the ancient Leaf family. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. Let me tell you, our Leaf family has a universal mirror that can detect the universe. Nothing that happens today can be hidden from our family. Universal mirror? Ancient Leaf family? Lin Feng sneered inwardly. He walked forward and kicked the young master to the ground. Do you think I'm afraid? I'll slap my own face 10 times, and I'll let this matter rest. Otherwise, Lin Feng frowned, said Lin Feng, while smiling coldly. The young man could sense that Lin Feng was releasing a bone-piercing cold chi. The anger in his heart was about to ignite his entire body. He was the successor of an ancient family. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? However, he was facing Lin Feng. He was powerless to fight back. Although he wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng into pieces, he could not do anything. He could only tell himself to endure it for now. I'll slap. The young master clenched his teeth and raised his hand in humiliation. Slap, slap, slap. He slapped himself 10 times in a row. Each slap was like 1,000 arrows, piercing his heart. This kind of humiliation was driving him crazy. After slapping himself 10 times, the young master lowered his head. He did not look at Lin Feng, but his eyes were filled with malevolence. Before you humiliate others, you have to consider your own strength. If there's a next time, I'll kill you. Lin Feng looked at the young master indifferently, then left with the fire Qilin. Little bastard. I, Li Ling, will tear you into pieces. Otherwise, I'm not a human. After Lin Feng left, the young master roared. His whole face was distorted, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent and hatred. Chapter 355. That guy's killing intent is very strong, said the fire Qilin. Lin Feng nodded and said, I know, but we still have to consider the power behind that guy. If he knows what's good for him, he'll know when to advance and when to retreat. If he doesn't, then even the power behind him won't be able to save him. When Lin Feng said that, his eyes were filled with killing intent. The fire Qilin nodded and didn't say anything else. 5 days later, Lin Feng finally arrived at the outer regions of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Many cultivators had already arrived and were scattered all over the place, looking at the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. The ancient battlefield of gods and demons is surrounded by a huge restrictive spell. Only when the restrictive spell disappears can one enter. There's a terrifying black fog in the outer regions of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, and there are soul weapons coming and going to harvest cultivators' lives. Whispered the fire Qilin. Soul weapons? What's that? Lin Feng was shocked. The dead still have resentment, and they turn into soul weapons and wander around the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, said the fire Qilin. Boom in the distance. A terrifying qi filled the air. A handsome man walked over and floated outside the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. That man's body was surrounded by a boundless divine light. He was dazzling and as hot as the sun. He was like a sun, and it was difficult for anyone to look at him directly. It's him. The fire Qilin's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly said, I need to leave this place. When you come out of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, go to a small town 50 miles away and wait for me there. The fire Qilin quickly left. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? The fire Qilin saw that man who looked like a sun god and was scared away. Is that a strong cultivator from the Golden Crow clan? Someone asked, looking at the man in shock. That's right, it's the Golden Crow clan from Fusang Island, an ancient clan that lives on top of the Fusang god tree. It's said that they have the blood of the ancient divine emperor flowing in their veins. They're extremely powerful, and they're the descendants of the ancient divine emperor. They've been prosperous since the ancient era, and even now, they're still one of the most terrifying powers. Qinwu people's strong cultivators. Lin Feng was also very shocked. In myths and legends, Qinwu people could transform into the sun and illuminate the heavens. In the primordial era, there were even 10 golden crows that flew into the sky at the same time. The myriad worlds could not withstand this terrifying heat. Rivers and lakes dried up and countless living beings died. Great shaman Ho-E had forged the sun-shooting divine bow. Shoot the 9 suns. Of course, these were just myths and legends and could not be taken seriously. Even so, one could imagine how terrifying the Golden Crow clan was. This clan was the descendant of the primeval Saint Emperor. They grasped some powerful bloodline secret techniques and were invincible. The valiant man, transformed from the Golden Crow, seemed to have sensed something and looked in the direction of Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the pair of eyes and felt as if his soul was about to fall into a boundless illusion. The valiant man frowned slightly and thought to himself, could I have sensed wrongly? Only then did he turn around and look towards the depths of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Huff! 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 Lin Feng panted violently. His back was drenched in sweat. That Kinwu people's man was too terrifying. He had almost lost himself just by looking at his eyes. The Fire Qilin must have left because of him. Could he be a great enemy of the Fire Qilin? Lin Feng thought to himself. He had heard the Fire Qilin say that it had a few great enemies with terrifying strength. Even when the Fire Qilin was at its peak, it would have been hard to say if it could defeat them, let alone now. If it encountered such a great enemy, the Fire Qilin would have to flee far away to avoid detection. If it was discovered, it would definitely die in its current state. Lin Feng took a deep breath and went to another mountain forest, far away from the Kinwu people. He was worried that the Kinwu people would notice something strange. Boundless Tao Master, Benefactor, I see that your face is glowing. It seems that luck has descended upon you. Do you want a divination? Perhaps you can obtain a heaven-defying opportunity in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. A Taoist priest was promoting himself to a cultivator. Damn, isn't that the boundless Taoist priest? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He hadn't thought that he would run into this guy outside the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Lin Feng even suspected that the boundless Taoist priest was a fake priest. He pretended to be a Taoist priest and swindled others. Outside the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, many strong cultivators were arriving. Even people from the ancient sacred lands and the ancient dynasties had arrived. This naturally caused quite a commotion. Lin Feng saw a beautiful woman. She looked like a celestial being. She had an extraordinary qi. Hua Shiruo. It was actually her. She was the most beautiful woman in the eastern province. Her face was covered by a veil, so her face couldn't be seen. However, one could imagine that under the veil was a breathtakingly beautiful face. Next to Hua Shiruo was a group of bodyguards. They were all from powerful groups and wanted to win her heart. It's really lively. It seems that many geniuses from the ancient groups have also come. The ancient battlefield of gods and demons is really attractive. Lin Feng stroked his chin. One day later, the ancient battlefield of gods and demons emitted an astonishing qi. Beams of celestial light shot up into the sky. Is the ancient battlefield of gods and demons going to open? Many people cried out in surprise and nervously looked in the direction of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. It opened once every 100 years. Countless gods and demons had fallen there. There weren't only powerful secret techniques left behind by the gods and demons. There were even many fiend gods, supreme treasures, wealth, and so on that had been buried along with the fiend gods' deaths on the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. This was perhaps the reason why the ancient battlefield of gods and demons was so attractive. It won't be so soon. In the past, when the restrictive spells were loosened, it would take about 3 days for them to disappear. We can only enter after the restrictive spells disappear completely. Otherwise, we'll be attacked by the restrictive spells of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, said an old cultivator. Clearly, he had been here before and was very familiar with the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Sure enough, it was as the old cultivator had said. In the next 3 days, the fluctuations of the restrictive spells outside the ancient battlefield of gods and demons grew stronger and stronger. However, the power of the restrictive spells was weakening bit by bit. Many people became excited because the ancient battlefield of gods and demons was going to open soon. The cycle of time, the change of spring and autumn, a dream of 80,000 years. Beauties grow old. Beauties pass away. Old people turn to dust. Just as Lin Feng was observing the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, he suddenly heard a deep voice. Lin Feng turned his head and saw a muscular man. He was close to 2 meters tall and had a very strong visual impact. His hair was disheveled, and his face couldn't be seen. However, what really moved Lin Feng was the man's muttering. A dream of 80,000 years. How many spring and autumn had passed? How many years had passed? Could that mysterious man be an expert from 80,000 years ago? Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. Even someone as powerful as a god couldn't live for 80,000 years. Chapter 356. Who is he? Is he really a person from 80,000 years ago? Lin Feng was shocked. The barbarian walked off into the distance. Lin Feng quickly chased after him, wanting to chat with him. However, the savage man had mysteriously disappeared without a trace, as if he had vanished into thin air. How did he disappear? Lin Feng was shocked. What kind of technique was that? He had clearly been right in front of him a moment ago. How had he suddenly disappeared? This made him feel shocked. What kind of ability was this? Was he able to travel through space? Benefactor, it's you. What a coincidence. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Lin Feng turned around and saw Wu Liang Taoist. So it's you, Taoist. Lin Feng cupped his fists and asked, Did you see that barbarian just now? Barbarian? Is there a barbarian here? Wu Liang Taoist looked around and muttered, Is there a third person here besides you and me? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. What was going on? Was he the only one who had seen that barbarian? Did Wu Liang Taoist not see him? The immeasurable Taoist said, The ancient battlefield of gods and demons is about to open. I feel that if we go in together, we'll definitely be invincible. Lin Feng glanced at Wu Liang Taoist, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Wu Liang Taoist gave Lin Feng a very unreliable feeling. Moreover, Lin Feng had spent 50,000 gold coins to buy Wu Liang Taoist's supreme treasure, the heaven-devouring jar. Wu Liang Taoist had always schemed to take it back. He wasn't plotting against him, was he? Look, a dragon! Lin Feng pointed into the distance. Where is it? Where is it? Wu Liang Taoist stretched his neck to look for the dragon Lin Feng was talking about, but he didn't see anything. I say, Wu Liang Taoist was about to express his dissatisfaction when he realized that Lin Feng had already disappeared. Let's just wait and see. Wu Liang Taoist shouted fiercely before turning around and leaving. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the restrictions outside the ancient battlefield of gods and demons were dissipating. Finally, on this afternoon, the restrictions on the ancient battlefield of gods and demons completely vanished. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately after, cultivators charged towards the ancient battlefield of gods and demons at lightning speed. I don't know where the fire Qilin went. Whatever, I'll go in myself. When I come out, I'll go to the town he mentioned and wait for him. Lin Feng also flew towards the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Whoosh! But at this time a cold light flashed, and dozens of arrows shot towards Lin Feng. These arrows were all magical arrows, which contained extremely terrifying penetrative power. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Someone was ambushing him. Whoosh! Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword and slashed down a dozen times in a row. One arrow after another was cut down by Lin Feng. Brett, you're really lucky. Cold laughter could be heard as dozens of cultivators flew over from afar. The person who spoke looked at Lin Feng with killing intent. Seeing this person, Lin Feng could not help but laugh coldly. It was Zhang Sunwuji, back in the Fire Dragon Cave abode. Zhang Sunwuji's subordinates wanted to kill Lin Feng, but more than 20 of them were killed by Lin Feng. Because the cave abode had collapsed, the two of them quickly left, but they had already become enemies. Are you ready to die? Zhang Sunwuji held a battle spear in his hand as he walked over, emitting a cold aura. I think you're the one who's going to die. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he held the black dragon sword and was about to attack. But suddenly, his pupils contracted violently. He saw an old man in Zhang Sun Wuji's group. The old man was thin and looked very ordinary, but when Lin Feng saw him, he felt an extremely dangerous feeling. This feeling was exactly the same as when he faced the green-robed old man. Yin-Yang Realm. Lin Feng sucked in a cold breath, turned around, and rushed into the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Zhang Sun Wuji had a Yin-Yang Realm cultivator with him. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely die. "Brat, where do you think you're going?" Zhang Sun Wuji shouted coldly as he quickly chased after him. That brat actually sensed my cultivation level. The old man was slightly surprised. He looked at an old, stooped servant beside him and said, "Kuin Niu, do you know who that brat is? How did he become enemies with Wuji?" The old man called Kuin Niu replied, "I heard the young master mention that they became enemies in the fire dragon cave abode." "I see. Take a few people with you and follow Wuji. Don't let anything happen to him. If you see that he can't handle it, you know what to do," the old man said. "This old servant understands." The old servant bowed and led a few experts to follow Zhang Sun Wuji. Swoosh! Lin Feng had already entered the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. This was a world of black fog that emitted a gloomy aura. This should be the world of black fog that the Fire Qilin had mentioned. This place was obviously very dangerous. The Fire Qilin had mentioned that soul weapons would appear here. Ordinary soul weapons were nothing to the Fire Qilin before it lost its godly strength. However, to a cultivator at Lin Feng's level, they were definitely a threat to his life. He quickly flew towards the depths, but this world of black fog was extremely large. Crunch! Crunch! Suddenly, Lin Feng heard the sound of chewing food. He flew towards the source of the sound. Not far away, he saw four beings shrouded in darkness. They were surrounded by black fog, and each of them was lying on a corpse. They seemed to be eating the flesh of the corpse. There were more than 10 corpses on the ground. Soul weapons? Lin Feng was horrified. He could sense a gloomy and terrifying aura from the four beings shrouded in black fog. That aura made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Lin Feng stealthily retreated, not daring to attract the attention of these soul weapons. If he was surrounded by 4 terrifying soul weapons, it would not be easy to escape. Lin Feng quickly left the area and continued to travel deeper. In a valley, Lin Feng saw more than 30 cultivators being blocked by 3 soul weapons. These soul weapons were able to release black fog, and the black fog enveloped the cultivators. Ah no. Screams of pain rang out. The 30 over cultivators all held their heads and screamed miserably. What's going on? Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. These soul weapons were very strange. Swoosh! While the cultivators were screaming, the 3 soul weapons rushed forward and attacked quickly. Their sharp claws pierced the cultivators' chests, and more than 30 cultivators died in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng took a deep breath and rushed into the distance. This place was too dangerous. These soul weapons were very strange. He had to leave this world of black fog as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. Not long after, Lin Feng ran into trouble. A soul weapon had appeared behind Lin Feng without making any sound. Its sharp claws were moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt the gloomy and cold aura behind him. He quickly moved to the right. Pooh! The soul weapon's sharp claws brought about a bloody light. Lin Feng's left shoulder was scratched with 4 bloody wounds. However, he was already lucky enough. If he was a step slower, the attack would have pierced through Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng moved more than 10 meters away. When he saw the existence that attacked him, his expression changed. It was a soul weapon. The soul weapon let out a sinister laugh. It stuck out its scarlet tongue and licked the blood off its claws. It was indescribably terrifying. Chapter 357. This soul weapon was shrouded in the black fog, Its entire face was distorted, but one could still vaguely see the eerie fangs, the pale green eyes, the scarlet tongue, and the sharp claws. Lin Feng had seen soul weapons attack cultivators a few times in the past. He knew that these soul weapons were extremely dangerous. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't dare act carelessly in front of this soul weapon. This soul weapon emitted an aura that made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Swoosh! Silently, the soul weapon once again pounced at Lin Feng. There's no movement at all. No wonder it could avoid my detection. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. That soul weapon was really strange. It was the best assassin. It could be used without making any sound. Then it could launch a fatal attack. Very few people could avoid this kind of attack. Swoosh! Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword. The soul weapon once again attacked, its sharp claws directly clawing at Lin Feng's chest. The soul weapon in front of him was its own claws. Clang! Lin Feng waved the black dragon sword, fiercely clashing with the soul weapon's claws, immediately producing a clanging sound. Fiery light was emitted. This made Lin Feng abnormally shocked. His black dragon sword was the most precious treasure in the divine sword manual. If an ordinary treasure was hit by it, it would be damaged or even directly destroyed by the black dragon sword. But the soul weapon's claws actually blocked the black dragon sword attack. Swoosh! Lin Feng quickly retreated. He did not want to continue fighting with the soul weapon because it was too strange. Lin Feng did not know what kind of tricks it was waiting for him. But at this time, two soul weapons flew over from the distance. Black fog lingered around them. Their wide black robes spread open, making these two soul weapons look like undead spirits that walked out from the world of hell. The two soul weapons' sharp claws clawed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who originally wanted to escape, was attacked. He had no choice but to block the two soul weapons' attacks. Lin Feng waved the black dragon sword, slashing at them. Clang clang, with two consecutive strikes, the two soul weapons were forced back. He was about to soar into the sky. But in the next moment, Lin Feng held his head and screamed in pain. He fell straight down from the sky. Lin Feng felt as if his soul was about to split open. That kind of pain was worse than death. Soul attack. He was attacked by a soul weapon. Soul weapon. Soul weapon. The reason why it was called a soul weapon was because it was closely related to the soul. Soul weapons were most proficient in soul attacks, and the most terrifying thing about them was their unpredictable soul attacks. Previously, Lin Feng had witnessed a few soul weapons killing tens of cultivators because of the soul weapon's soul attacks. Lin Feng's soul power was comparable to a yin-yang, fifth firmament cultivator. However, he was still unable to withstand the soul attacks of these soul weapons. Just from this point, one could tell how terrifying the soul attacks of these soul weapons were. Swish, 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 the three soul weapons quickly rushed towards Lin Feng, wanting to get rid of Lin Feng like how they had dealt with the others. In this extremely dangerous moment, Lin Feng's mind finally cleared up a little. Although he was attacked by the soul weapons, Lin Feng's soul power was too strong. Moreover, Lin Feng himself had cultivated a soul secret technique. Therefore, the injuries he suffered were not as serious as he had imagined. Primal Chaos Lamp, illuminate the mountains and rivers. Lin Feng roared. When the three soul weapons rushed towards him, he took out his life treasure, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp flew out, and the lamp flame burned fiercely. A layer of primal chaos light enveloped Lin Feng, protecting him within. When the three soul weapons' sharp claws pierced towards Lin Feng's body, their attacks were blocked by the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. At the same time, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp's flames soared into the sky. 3 clusters of flames flew out, instantly igniting the mist around the 3 soul weapons. The flame of the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was ignited by Lin Feng's heavenly fire. Now that it had merged with the power of the Primal Chaos Ancestor Qi, it was extremely terrifying. Qi, 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 qi. The mist around the three soul weapons burned fiercely, and the three soul weapons let out angry and painful roars. Swish! Lin Feng quickly flew away. He did not know if the flames could destroy the three soul weapons, but the roars of the three soul weapons would definitely attract the other soul weapons. If he did not leave now, he would be dead. Lin Feng felt that his head was about to split open. He knew that he had to find a place to recover quickly. In a mountain range, he found a dry cave and set up a few invisible formations. Then he entered the cave and hurriedly circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to heal his injuries. He was extremely lucky to be able to escape from the three soul armaments this time. These soul armaments were too strange and terrifying. After an unknown period of time, Lin Feng felt that he had almost recovered. At this moment, he heard the sounds of fighting outside. Lin Feng cautiously went out. In the distance, he could see that the three soul weapons were fighting against the 6 cultivators. Ah! A miserable scream was heard. One of the cultivators roared in pain. He must have been attacked by the soul weapon. The soul weapon instantly rushed over and pierced the cultivator's chest with its sharp claws. The soul weapon's soul attack was different from a cultivator's soul attack. When cultivators fought, they would be highly concentrated and use their true qi to protect their bodies. It would be difficult for soul attacks to hurt their opponents. However, the soul weapon's soul attack was all-pervasive. Even if one was a yin-yang expert and had magic power to protect their body, they would still be attacked by the soul weapon. This was the terrifying part of the soul weapon. Ah! Miserable screams were heard again. These soul weapons were too terrifying. In just a few breaths' time, 2 more experts were killed. Lin Feng took out the great sun, splitting bow. This was the treasure he obtained from killing Nalin Tianjiao. It was a precious spirit artifact. Lin Feng took out 3 arrows and shot them at the 3 soul weapons. So, the 3 arrows were as fast as lightning. They quickly shot towards the 3 soul weapons. The 3 soul weapons reacted extremely quickly. When they saw the arrows, they quickly dodged. Run! Lin Feng shouted. The 3 cultivators who were still alive quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. However, halfway through, 2 of the cultivators screamed. They were attacked by the soul weapons and their souls were injured. The 3 soul weapons rushed forward and pierced the 2 cultivators' chests. The 2 cultivators died on the spot. Only the 3rd cultivator seemed to have a powerful magic artifact. When the soul weapon's soul attack came, a golden light flickered on his body. This golden light blocked the soul weapon's soul attack. Of course, the cultivator was not completely unaffected. His face was very pale. He quickly met up with Lin Feng, and the 2 of them flew away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the boundless black fog. Chapter 358. The 2 of them flew for dozens of miles before finding a place to hide. The rescued cultivator was about the same age as Lin Feng, about 18 or 19 years old. He was slightly skinny, but his eyes were filled with determination. It was obvious that he had a strong will. I am Sikong Jiayue. Thank you for saving me, brother. Sikong Jiayue cupped his fists gratefully. You're welcome. You're welcome. I am Lin Feng. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, It's a pity that the others are all dead. Sikong Jiayue nodded and said, These soul weapons are really terrifying. We originally had 16 people in our group, but we encountered 2 groups of soul weapons. Now, I'm the only one left alive. After talking for a while, Lin Feng learned that Sikong Jiayue and the others had met outside the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. They had formed a temporary group, and there was no lack of experts in the group. However, it was difficult for them to withstand the soul weapons attacks. Said Lin Feng, of course, he knew how terrifying soul weapons were. Those soul weapons have the ability to attack people's souls. Previously, I was attacked by a soul weapon and I almost died. Said Lin Feng, you were able to survive after being attacked by a soul weapon. Brother Lin, you're really amazing. I relied on a defensive treasure to resist the soul attacks. Unfortunately, my treasure is about to be destroyed. Sikong Jayua sighed. Only those who had truly entered the ancient battlefield of gods and demons would know how terrifying it was. Lin Feng and Sikong Jayua were both people who had narrowly escaped death. Lin Feng said, "I don't know how long it will take for us to leave the Black Fog world." Sikong Jayua said, "I think it will take some time." Furthermore, it's said that in the depths of the Black Fog world, there are some existences even more terrifying than soul weapons. Passing through the depths of the Black Fog world is really dangerous. Existences even more terrifying than soul weapons. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Sikong Jie smiled bitterly and nodded. "Yes." Lin Feng asked, "Do you know what is in the depths of the Black Fog world?" "I'm not sure either," Sikong Jie said. After resting for a while, Lin Feng and Sikong Jie continued walking towards the depths of the Black Fog world. When they passed by a mountain ridge, they felt a terrifying aura coming from afar. Something terrifying must have appeared. "Quick, hide!" Lin Feng was very sensitive to auras. His expression changed drastically as he found a place to hide with Sikong Jie. Not long after, crackling sounds could be heard. A soul weapon walked over from afar. This soul weapon was different from the others. The body of this soul weapon could be seen clearly. The soul weapons that Lin Feng had seen before were all shrouded in black fog. However, the aura of those soul weapons was not as strong as this soul weapon. The soul weapon in front of him had two heads, but the left head was chopped off by someone and was held in the left hand of the soul weapon. The right side of the head was even more ferocious and terrifying. From the nose up, it had been chopped off. One could even see the bright red brain matter. Heavens! After seeing the soul weapon, Lin Feng and Sikong Jie couldn't help but gasp. Did you hear something?" The head on the right that had been chopped off asked. "No." The head held in the left hand said. "I clearly heard it." The head on the right said, "I think your head has been chopped off. Even your ears are not working." The head on the left said, "Bullshit. Because I still have half a head, my sense of smell and hearing are even more powerful." The head on the right said. The head on the left suddenly said sinisterly, "Could it be that a human cultivator is hiding here?" The eyeballs of the head turned around and looked around. Then the pair of sinister eyes looked towards the place where Lin Feng and Sikong Jie were hiding. Lin Feng and Sikong Jie's expressions changed. This soul weapon was too powerful. Its aura made them feel suffocated. If they were blocked, they would die without a doubt. The two of them looked at each other and decided to escape first, even though they might not be able to do so. Swoosh! At that moment, a few figures in the distance quickly ran in another direction. They were the cultivators who had been hiding. Human cultivators. "They're over there. Go after them." The complete head flew into the air and chased after him while screaming, "Wait for me." The other half of the head shouted and quickly ran over. However, because it had no eyes, it fell to the ground. "Let's go." Lin Feng whispered and quickly ran away with Sikong Jie. "Damn it, there are two more hiding here." The other half of the head shouted. It quickly got up and chased after Lin Feng and Sikong Jie. Swoosh! Although it was missing a head and the rest of the body had no eyes, its spiritual sense was extremely powerful. It locked onto Lin Feng and Sikong Jie and directly flew up, chasing after them. It can fly. It's at least a yin-yang soul weapon. Lin Feng and Sikong Jie felt their scalps go numb. They were in big trouble. A yin-yang soul weapon. Even if a yin-yang cultivator came, there was a 70% to 80% chance that they would die. Not to mention Lin Feng and Sikong Jie. The two of them quickly ran away. The soul weapon quickly chased after them and shouted, "I have already sensed your aura. You won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Hurry up and stop. Let me eat your brains. Eat your sister." Lin Feng raised his middle finger. Brett, you can't escape. You can't escape. The soul weapon with half a head quickly chased after them. The distance between it and Lin Feng and Sikong Jie was slowly closing. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue's expressions became extremely ugly. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the soul weapon caught up to them. Rumble. At that moment, the ground shook violently. The earth shook and the mountains shook. It was as if there was an earthquake. What's going on? Lin Feng and Sikong Jie were puzzled. Could it be? The soul weapon that was madly chasing after them was bewildered. Boom! In the depths of the black fog world, a terrifying ghost chi swept through the world. A gloomy and terrifying aura filled the air. An endless amount of ghost chi surged forth. If one looked carefully, one would see banners fluttering in the wind amidst the ghost chi. A murderous aura filled the air. It was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses. The ground shook violently. It was as if the world was about to collapse. A dense army quickly rushed out from the depths of the black fog world. Heavens, what is that? Seeing the army rushing out from the black fog world, Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue's faces were filled with shock. Ah, Yin soldiers are blocking the path. Run! The soul weapon with half a head screamed in fear and ran away as if he had gone mad. Chapter 359. When the Yin soldiers pass through, all living beings avoid them. Classic of mountains and seas, mythological records recorded such a passage. Ah, Yin soldiers, they were the legendary soldiers of the netherworld. They did not belong to the human world. When the ghost gate opened, the Yin soldiers would rush out from the netherworld and come to the Yang realm. However, the Yin soldiers represented death. Therefore, when the Yin soldiers appeared, all living beings had to avoid them. Otherwise, they would be harvested by the Yin soldiers. It was no wonder that Yin Yang realm soul weapon was so scared that his soul left his body. Soul weapons were a special kind of life. They had their own souls, between living beings and undead spirits. If they encountered a situation like the Yin soldiers passing through, their lives would also be harvested. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue did not dare to stay any longer. They turned around and ran into the distance. However, there were too many Yin soldiers. Boundless ghost chi blotted out the sky and sealed it off. On the ground, there was a densely packed army. It was unknown how many there were, but it was almost impossible to avoid. Damn, this damned place. Even the Yin soldiers passing through can be encountered. I really want to cry, but have no tears. Sikong Jiayue cursed in a low voice. Save your energy and run. Lin Feng said. The appearance of the army of Yin soldiers caused the soul weapons in this area to be scared out of their wits. They frantically fled, far away from this area. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue were chased by the Yin soldiers. No matter how hard they tried, they could not shake off these Yin soldiers. These Yin soldiers seemed to be deliberately chasing them. I can't hold on any longer. Sikong Jiayue's face was pale. Lin Feng was also almost at his limit. The two of them were incomparably depressed. They did not understand why these Yin soldiers were chasing them and not letting them go. This was truly a depressing matter. The two of them had already reached their limits and were about to be caught up by the Yin soldiers. However, Lin Feng suddenly frowned and said, I feel that something is wrong. What's wrong? Sikong Jiayue asked. This army of Yin soldiers. Is there a need to chase after the two of us? Even if they want to kill us, they should be killing Yin Yang realm experts. Moreover, according to the classic of mountains and seas, the Yin soldiers are passing through the world of the living to reach a mysterious place. They won't stay in the world of the living. They're just passing through for a short period of time. Why would they chase us? Lin Feng said. Sikong Jiayue also felt that it made sense. The two of them were about to reach their limit. If these Yin soldiers were real, they would not be able to escape. So they simply stopped. However, these Yin soldiers dissipated in midair. Missing? Sikong Jiayue was shocked. Lin Feng said, "It's a brand," Sikong Jue said. "Are you saying that there was indeed an otherworldly soldier here in the past? And the scene from back then was imprinted here? And what we saw earlier was the imprint of the otherworldly soldier." Lin Feng nodded and said, "That must be it. Fortunately, we discovered it in time. Otherwise, we would have died from exhaustion." Sikong Jue rolled his eyes gloomily and said, "It's too real. It's hard to notice anything wrong. If we keep running, the fear in our hearts and the exhaustion of our strength will make it possible for us to die here." Lin Feng and Sikong Jue felt relieved. They dragged their tired bodies and walked away, needing to find a place to rest. Whoosh! However, at that moment, a series of arrows were shot towards the two of them. "Magical arrows! Be careful!" Lin Feng cried out in alarm. He wielded his black dragon sword and cut down a few arrows. Sikong Jue used a golden dagger to cut down a few more arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! 6 figures flew over, surrounding Lin Feng and Sikong Jue. "Haha, brat, I finally found you. Let's see how you escape this time." A cold laugh sounded out. Zhang Sun Wuji wielded his spear, his expression cold. Lin Feng didn't expect it to be Zhang Sun Wuji. He remembered that there was a yin-yang realm cultivator by Zhang Sun Wuji's side. He should be Zhang Sun Wuji's elder. Lin Feng looked around and didn't see the yin-yang realm cultivator. He let out a sigh of relief. "So it's you. You've come to die so quickly." Lin Feng sneered. Zhang Sun Wuji sneered. "Brat, you still dare to boast so shamelessly. Do you think I can't sense your condition? I'm extremely weak right now, so I'll definitely kill you today. In this state, it's enough to kill you." Lin Feng sneered. "Sikong, and this quickly. Kill this guy with all your strength." "Okay." Sikong Jue nodded. Although he had only known Lin Feng for a short time, they had gone through many life and death situations together. Their relationship could be said to be very close, and they worked very well together. Whoosh! Lin Feng and Sikong Jue attacked at the same time, flying towards Zhang Sun Wuji. "Kill those two." Zhang Sun Wuji looked indifferent as he coldly ordered. "Yes, master." The 6 people behind Zhang Sun Wuji replied. They all rushed towards Lin Feng and Sikong Jue. These 6 people were all experts of the martial general realm. The ultimate form of the devouring spirit. Seal. Lin Feng knew his and Sikong Jue's situation. Their conditions weren't ideal. They were extremely weak, so they had to end this quickly. Lin Feng immediately used his strongest attack. His 3 devouring spirits fused together and formed a powerful magnetic field. The 6 great experts were all imprisoned within. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng loudly. He took the lead and rushed towards the 6 strong cultivators. Sikong Jue was astonished. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng's spirit would be so powerful. However, he quickly reacted and rushed towards the 6 people with Lin Feng. "Damn it! Our bodies have been sealed." The expressions of the 6 martial generals changed. Pu Piu, Lin Feng, and Sikong Jue quickly rushed forward. They waved their swords and killed 4 people. Only 2 people managed to escape. Even if they weren't killed, they were heavily injured by Lin Feng and Sikong Jue. Lin Feng and Sikong Jue didn't chase after the 2 people. Instead, they charged towards Zhang Sun Wuji. With the 2 of them working together, Zhang Sun Wuji was immediately suppressed. Bang! Lin Feng's fist landed on Zhang Sun Wuji's chest, sending him flying. Wah! Zhang Sun Wuji spat out a mouthful of blood. Although Zhang Sun Wuji was powerful, it was difficult for him to fight 2 people at once. This was because Lin Feng and Sikong Jue were equally powerful. Take this opportunity to kill him. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent as he slashed his sword towards Zhang Sun Wuji. Sikong Jue and Lin Feng cooperated well and swept their daggers towards Zhang Sun Wuji's abdomen. Zhang Sun Wuji's expression changed drastically. Humph! At that moment, a cold snort was heard. An old man walked over from afar. His speed was clearly very slow. However, he covered a distance of a few hundred meters in a single step. This old man was the old servant known as Slave Kuin. The old servant rolled up his sleeves, and in a flash, a terrifying strength emerged and bombarded Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayu's bodies. They had the impression that their bones were about to break. They were blown away dozens of meters away and looked like they were about to collapse. They looked extremely miserable. A martial king! Their faces were filled with astonishment. A martial king had appeared. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayu had already expended a lot of energy. Facing a martial king was almost certain death. Chapter 360. Young master, are you all right? The old servant asked Zhang Sun Wuji with concern. Zhang Sun Wuji's expression was extremely ugly. He was an extremely prideful person, so it was hard for him to accept that he was injured. I'm fine. Zhang Sun Wuji pointed his spear at Lin Feng and said coldly, Brat, come out and fight with me. I'll kill you here to wash away my humiliation. Let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Feng sneered. Zhang Sun Wuji's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. Zhang Sun Wuji was injured and couldn't use his full strength. Although he had used up a lot of energy and couldn't use his full strength, Zhang Sun Wuji was still injured. However, his situation was much better than Zhang Sun Wuji's. If he captured Zhang Sun Wuji alive, he wouldn't have to worry about the old man not giving in. Young master, you're injured and shouldn't fight. The old servant said, Don't stop me. I must kill this brat. Zhang Sun Wuji said coldly. The old servant said, Of course I don't dare to stop you, but the great elder ordered me to protect you, so I don't dare to slack off. Although the old servant said that he didn't dare to stop Zhang Sun Wuji, it was obvious that he stood between Lin Feng and Zhang Sun Wuji. He wouldn't let Zhang Sun Wuji and Lin Feng fight. The old servant was also an experienced person, so he naturally knew what Lin Feng was thinking. He wanted Zhang Sun Wuji to fight, but he wouldn't let Zhang Sun Wuji take this risk. Zhang Sun Wuji said with a gloomy expression, I was injured by this brat. If I don't kill him myself, I won't be able to vent my anger. Zhang Sun Wuji's battle intent was very strong. The old servant said, Young master, you're wrong. You were injured by these two people just now. If they fought you alone, they would naturally be far inferior to you. But if they worked together, it wouldn't be strange for you to be injured by them. However, they had an unfair advantage, so you don't have to feel burdened. If that's the case, then I won't fight. Zhang Sun Wuji nodded. Kike, this old bastard. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. He hadn't expected Zhang Sun Wuji to be persuaded. Young master, please watch. This old servant will take care of these two brats for you. The old servant turned and looked at Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayu. Facing such a terrifying existence, Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayu's expressions were extremely grave. Lin Feng had the heaven-swallowing jar, a supreme treasure that could deal with low-level martial kings. Generally, it referred to cultivators in the first, second, and third heavenly layers of the martial king realm. The main reason was that Lin Feng's cultivation was not enough, so even if the heaven-swallowing jar was terrifying, he could not truly unleash its power. However, Lin Feng did not feel that the old servant in front of him was a beginner in the martial king realm. He was at least in the fourth heaven of the martial king realm. Even the heaven-devouring jar couldn't do much to an existence of this level. The old servant walked step by step towards Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayu. Both of you have great potential. You're so young, yet you've already reached such a high level of cultivation. It's not easy, but today I'm going to kill you. Killing 2 stars with such great potential is really something to be happy about. Is this old bastard a pervert? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. No wonder he was a servant. The older he got, the more despicable he became. Old bastard, it's too early to speak, said Sikong Jiayu with a cold smile. Little boy, You dare disrespect me like that? You're courting death." The old servant's expression suddenly became gloomy. His eyes were twinkling with killing intent. He immediately moved towards Lin Feng and Sikong Jaiyue. "You're already so old, yet you dare to make a move against us, two teenagers. Shameless old thing. Scolding you is already light. Why don't you put on a turtle shell? You're a 1,000-year-old turtle." Lin Feng's mouth twitched. "Sharp-tongued brat, you can only show off now. Later, this old man will cut off both of your tongues. Let's see if you still dare to speak rudely in front of this old man," said the old servant with a cold smile. He raised his right hand and threw a punch towards Lin Feng and Sikong Jie. Bzz! A gigantic hand condensed in the air. It was condensed from true qi. True qi was released and condensed into a giant hand. Lin Feng and Sikong Jaiyue were shocked. True qi was released and condensed into various attacks. It should be a technique that only a fifth sky martial king could use. Since the old servant was able to use it, he was obviously a fifth sky martial king. That was too terrifying. He was much stronger than Lin Feng had expected. "Kill!" shouted Lin Feng and Sikong Jaiyue. Lin Feng used the scorching sun sword technique. Rumble! The divine sun appeared. It suppressed the old servant. Sikong Jaiyue used the star slashing blade technique. It was an extremely powerful blade technique. It was said that a single slash could destroy stars. Of course, only an almighty expert could do that. However, Sikong Jaiyue was able to display the power of the star slashing blade technique. Boundless saber light condensed, densely packed, as if there were millions of them, and all of them slashed towards the old servant. The old servant said disdainfully, "No matter how exquisite the technique is, if your cultivation is not enough, it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot." As soon as he finished speaking, the palm slammed down. Bang! Along with a dull collision sound, the two weapons collided. Lin Feng and Sikong Jaiyue's attack was broken in an instant. Although the power of the giant hand was weakened, it was still very strong. Lin Feng and Sikong Jaiyue were sent flying. Wow! Even Lin Feng's strong body could not withstand it, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Sikong Jaiyue was even worse. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. The robe on his body saved his life at the critical moment. "Boy, it's time to end this." The old servant rushed toward Lin Feng and Sikong Jaiyue with a murderous look. He wanted to get rid of Lin Feng and Sikong Jaiyue. At this critical moment, Lin Feng took out the devouring heaven jar. The devouring heaven jar was activated and released a powerful force to imprison the old servant. What a powerful treasure! The old servant was shocked, but he did not lose his ability to move. The devouring heaven jar could not imprison this terrifying existence. The old servant stepped forward, his expression indifferent. His face was full of murderous intent. Although his speed had slowed down, he could still move freely. White tiger talisman. Sikong Jaiyue gritted his teeth and took out a jade talisman. Roar! The next moment, a roar shook the sky. The jade talisman flashed, and a white tiger rushed out, pouncing toward the old servant. Lin Feng was shocked. This was an advanced, mystic-level talisman. It was extremely precious. Damn it! Seeing the white tiger pouncing toward him, the old servant's face darkened. He punched the white tiger. Besides, Lin Feng and Sikong Jaiyue quickly flew into the distance and disappeared into the black fog. Chapter 361. Bang, bang, bang! The old servant clashed with the white tiger over 100 times, but he was still unable to kill it. As expected of a high-grade, mystic-rank talisman, the white tiger condensed from it was indeed powerful. Zhang Sun Wuji's expression was extremely gloomy. He could have chased after it, but considering his injuries and the fact that he did not have enough people on his side, he did not. War King Fist. The old servant shouted coldly and punched 9 times in a row. Each punch was stronger than the last. The 9 punches landed on the white tiger's body. There was a loud bang. The white tiger's body directly exploded. Young master, it's all this old servant's fault for letting those 2 brats escape. The old servant hurriedly apologized. Although Zhang Sunwuji was very angry, he did not dare to be angry at the old servant. This old servant, although he was an old servant of the Zhangsun clan, because of his outstanding strength, he also had a certain status in the clan. He said, "It's all because of their sinister and cunning nature, coupled with the fact that they have so many treasures on them. They managed to escape. You don't have to blame yourself. Young master, don't worry. They won't be able to escape. They'll definitely die. This old servant has already memorized their auras and can track them. The next time we meet, this old servant will definitely kill them. They won't even have the chance to attack before dying at my hands." The old servant said sinisterly. He was very confident in his own abilities. Swoosh, swoosh, Lin Feng and Si Kongjia quickly flashed through the black fog world. They ran wildly for more than 2 hours before finding a place to rest for a while. The 2 of them looked at each other and suddenly laughed. To be able to fight a martial king without dying, it's really refreshing. Lin Feng said with a smile, "That's right. This battle also let me know how terrifying a martial king is." Si Kongjia nodded. Not only were the 2 of them not afraid, but they were also very excited. They could really be called madmen. Perhaps this was the true meaning of cultivation. If one did not go crazy, it would be difficult to truly grow. As for Lin Feng and Si Kongjia, the crazier they were, the faster they improved. After the 2 of them adjusted themselves, they continued on their way. On this day, when they were passing through a forest, they heard a sharp, ear-piercing cry. Then Lin Feng and Si Kongjia were attacked. These were a dozen or so extremely terrifying creatures. They were only the size of a fist, and their entire bodies were pitch black. Their bodies seemed to be constructed from black rocks. This kind of thing looked a bit like a terrifying insect, because it had fangs and scorpion-like claws. Black demon beast. So it's that kind of thing. Si Kongjia was shocked. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen a creature called the Black Demon Beast. There was no record of it in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. This was because the Classic of Mountains and Seas generally recorded the famous strange beasts and divine beasts. However, the world was so big and there were so many varieties of ferocious beasts. Naturally, it was impossible to record them one by one. "What is this?" Lin Feng asked. Black demon beasts are terrifying creatures of the dark attribute. Their claws and fangs can easily pierce through a cultivator's body, and they like to eat human brains. Si Kongjia said with a serious expression, "Let's go quickly. These things are invulnerable, and even magic treasures can't break through their defenses." Lin Feng nodded and quickly flew away with Si Kongjia. However, they were entangled by the black demon beasts. These black demon beasts locked onto Lin Feng and Si Kongjia and then chased after them. They were very fast, and there was no way to shake them off. Screech! One of the black demon beasts let out a sharp, ear-piercing cry. Then it pounced towards Lin Feng, baring its fangs and biting towards Lin Feng. Slash! Lin Feng slashed the black dragon sword at the black demon beast's body. Clang! A loud sound rang out. Although the black demon beast was sent flying by the attack, the black dragon sword was unable to break through its defenses. The black demon beast quickly pounced again. What a tough body! Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. No wonder Si Kongjia expression became so ugly when he saw the black demon beasts. Now, Lin Feng finally understood how terrifying these black demon beasts were. The black demon beasts let out sharp, ear-piercing cries as they surrounded Lin Feng and Si Kongjia. Swish! Lin Feng took out his Xuanwu shield, and it floated in the air. The Xuanwu shield released a defensive barrier, protecting Lin Feng and Si Kongjia inside. More than 10 black demon beasts were lying on top of the defensive barrier, constantly gnawing at it. Lin Feng's expression changed when he saw that the defensive barrier's strength was rapidly weakening. These black demon beasts can even eat away at the defensive barrier? Lin Feng's expression became grave. There's nothing these guys can't devour. It's said that they can even devour the strength of a yin-yang cultivator. This is going to be troublesome. If we don't break away from them quickly, we'll be in danger. These guys are even more difficult to deal with than martial kings, said Sikong Jiayue gravely. It was exactly as Sikong Jiayue had said. If they couldn't defeat martial kings, Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue would have a way to escape. However, they couldn't escape from the black demon beasts. Kacha! Kacha! The black demon beasts were unceasingly eating away at the defensive barrier. The Xuanwu Shield's defensive barrier was slowly being devoured by the black demon beasts. Once the defensive barrier was completely eaten away, Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue would have to personally face the black demon beasts' attacks. That would be extremely dangerous. Both of them were frowning. Lin Feng asked Sikong, "Do these black demon beasts have any weaknesses?" If we were to talk about weaknesses, it would be their fear of fire. Because the black demon beasts absorb the power of the moon and stars to increase their cultivation, they naturally reject sunlight and scorching flames. However, we're trapped here by the black demon beasts, so we can't find any flames to deal with them. Most importantly, ordinary flames don't have much effect on the black demon beasts. Sikong Jiayue sighed. They're afraid of fire? The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled into a faint smile. Whoosh! In the next moment, he flicked his finger. A flame leaped out. It was like a cheerful flame sprite, dancing and flickering on Lin Feng's fingertips. What's this? Sikong Jiayue's pupils shrank when he saw the dancing flame on Lin Feng's fingertips. Although he didn't know what kind of flame it was, Sikong Jiayue instinctively felt that it was a terrifying flame. This is the flame I refined when I became an alchemist, Lin Feng said. Sikong Jiayue was secretly shocked. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be an alchemist. Try it and see how effective this flame is. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng summoned the purple earth core fire. Whoosh! The purple earth core fire swept across the land, enveloping a dozen black demon beasts. Screech! The black demon beasts let out shrill cries and fled frantically. However, before they could escape the purple earth core fire, they were burned to death by the high temperature. Their corpses fell to the ground one by one. Chapter 362. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the black demons being burned to death. They had finally gotten rid of a huge problem. Lin Feng put away his Xuanwu shield. Sikong Jiayue said, "Lin Feng, it looks like the two of us will have a great opportunity today." "Oh, why do you say that?" Lin Feng looked at Sikong Jiayue suspiciously. "Come and take a look at this." Sikong Jiayue picked up a black demon's corpse. It had been burned to death. Its soul had most likely been extinguished by the flames. However, the black demon's body was very sturdy, and it hadn't suffered much damage. Lin Feng glanced at the black demonic beast's corpse, but he didn't see anything special. He asked, "Is there anything strange about this black demon's corpse?" Sikong Jiayue pointed at the black demon's stone-like carapace. There were star-like spots on the black demon's carapace. These are called star grains. They're condensed from the essence of the sun and the moon. Sikong Jiayue explained. Condensed from the essence of the sun and the moon? Lin Feng was shocked. The essence of the sun and the moon was different from the energy of heaven and earth. The energy of heaven and earth was everywhere. The essence of the sun and the moon was a kind of energy born from the sun, moon, and stars. When moonlight shone down, the essence of the moon would be contained in the light of the moon. However, the essence of the moon was extremely small. It was very difficult to extract. However, the black demon could absorb the essence of the moon. How useful was the essence of the sun and the moon? There was a story in the classic of mountains and seas. In the ancient times, the country of Aeolai had a strange stone that stood on the shore of the East Sea. Every day, it would absorb the essence of the sun and the moon and become a stone monkey. 300 years later, the stone monkey would become an overlord of the demonic beasts. In the ancient times, the 7 sacred emperors of the demonic beasts were known as the sacred battle apes. At the end of the ancient times, the sacred battle apes were rumored to have overturned the netherworld. There were even rumors that they had destroyed the Lingxiao palace of the celestial emperor. Its cultivation level was unimaginable. 100,000 celestial soldiers couldn't do anything to it. Only when the 7 ancient Buddhas of the world of Buddhism joined forces did they manage to kill it. That was the power of the sun and the moon. Of the sun and the moon's essence was incredible. It was the best energy for increasing one's cultivation level. Pills, spirit stones, and so on. Of the sun and the moon's essence of the sun. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. That was a good idea. If he could kill a large number of black demonic beasts and absorb the essence of the sun and the moon in their bodies, he might be able to break through again. Thinking about that, Lin Feng was excited. Good idea. Let's refine the essence of the sun and the moon in the shells of the black demonic beasts and see what happens, said Lin Feng. That's what I was thinking. Sikong Zhai nodded. Lin Feng and Sikong Zhai found a secluded place and started refining the essence of the sun and the moon in the shells of the black demonic beasts. I hope it'll be effective, murmured Lin Feng. He released his absorbing spirit. The essence of the sun and the moon in the shells of the black demonic beasts was being absorbed. Lin Feng quickly finished absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon in the shells of the 7 black demonic beasts. Lin Feng sensed the changes in his cultivation level. He realized that his pure qi had become purer and more condensed. His pure qi had transformed, and his cultivation level had increased. It's working. Lin Feng was delighted. At that moment, Sikong Zhai woke up from his cultivation. How do you feel? Asked Lin Feng. I feel great. The main problem is that there aren't enough of them. If there were enough of them, breaking through wouldn't be a problem, said Sikong Zhai. Then let's go deeper into the forest and find the whereabouts of these black demonic beasts, said Lin Feng. Yes. Sikong Zhai raised both his hands in agreement. The two of them entered the forest. It was very dark in the depths of the forest. It was emitting a cold qi. Roar. In the distance, the roar of a beast could be heard. A gigantic tiger surrounded by black flames appeared in the forest. It was a huge tiger with a length of 10 meters and a height of 7 to 8 meters. Black flames were burning on the surface of its body. Black flame tiger. Lin Feng and Sikong Zhai were shocked. This was an extremely terrifying beast. Its strength was at least equivalent to a human martial king. Lin Feng and Sikong Zhai did not appear. Their target was not the black flame tiger, but the black demonic beasts. The red flame tiger quickly left. Lin Feng and Sikong Zhai continued, walking deeper into the forest. When they passed through a forest, they saw hundreds of black magic beasts besieging the scarlet flame devil tiger. Damn, these black demonic beasts are really ferocious. They're surrounding an overlord of the forest, said Lin Feng. Sikong Zhai's mouth was also twitching. The black demonic beasts were really terrifying, but when they thought about it carefully, they could understand. The black demonic beasts were invulnerable. Furthermore, they lived in groups. In the forest, they were definitely at the level of a supreme overlord. The black demonic beasts also needed to eat all kinds of blood to increase their strength. Roar! The black flame tiger roared furiously. It waved its gigantic claws and attacked the black demonic beasts. But it couldn't kill the black demonic beasts. On the contrary, some of the black demonic beasts managed to break through the black flame tiger's defenses. Their sharp fangs directly tore the red flame tiger's body apart. Blood immediately flowed out. Besides, those black demonic beasts were terrifying. They drilled into the black flame tiger's body through its wounds. The black flame tiger roared in pain and spat out a huge amount of black flames. This was the demonic fire black flame controlled by the black flame tiger. But the black flame tiger's black flame tiger's black flame tiger's black flame tiger wasn't strong enough to harm the black demonic beasts. The black demonic beasts broke through the flames. The black demonic beasts surrounded the black flame tiger. They used their sharp claws to tear the black flame tiger's body apart. They also used their sharp fangs to bite the black flame tiger. Bang! The black flame tiger's gigantic body crashed to the ground. A painful and mournful roar rang out. An existence at the level of an overlord of the forest had completely lost its life amidst endless pain and unwillingness. Very soon, it no longer had any signs of life. Chapter 363. The black flame tiger was as strong as a human martial king, but it had been killed by a group of black demonic beasts. The black demonic beasts were eating away at the black flame tiger's body. What a terrifying horde of black demonic beasts! Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. The black flame tiger had been so powerful, but it had died without much resistance. Lin Feng was greatly shocked. Should we attack? Sikong Jewa asked softly. He was hesitant, as there were too many black demonic beasts. Lin Feng's flames were strong enough, but if the black demonic beasts broke through his defenses, they would definitely die. After all, even ants could kill an elephant, let alone so many black demonic beasts. Lin Feng said, "I'll attack. You defend." He handed the Xuanwu shield to Sikong Jiayue. This showed Lin Feng's attitude. Wealth came from danger. "Attack!" shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He was the first to move. The black demonic beasts were eating away at the black flame tiger's body, but they were relaxed. This was the best time to attack them. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Sikong Jiayue followed, closely behind, pouring his true qi into the Xuanwu shield. The Xuanwu shield was immediately activated. A layer of defensive light shrouded the area. It protected the two of them. The two of them were very fast, and in a few moments they had already crossed hundreds of meters and arrived in front of the black demonic beasts. Purple earthcore fire. Lin Feng immediately used his heavenly flame. The heavenly flame swept across the sky, enveloping the black demonic beasts. All of the black demonic beasts were enveloped by the heavenly flame. Screech! After suffering such a heavy blow, the dense horde of black demon beasts let out miserable shrieks. The black demonic beasts had already noticed Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue. The black demonic beasts charged towards Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue. However, many of the black demon beasts had already been burned to death in midair, their corpses falling to the ground. However, there were still a lot of black devil beasts that rushed over and completely surrounded the defensive light barrier protecting Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue. These black devil beasts began to nibble away at the defensive light barrier. Crack! Crack! The power of the defensive light shield was rapidly weakening. Damn it, there are too many black demonic beasts. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. Although the heavenly fire could burn these black magic beasts to death, many of them had gathered together to form a ball. The heavenly fire could only burn the outermost 2 to 3 layers of black magic beasts. As for the other black demonic beasts, they were unable to inflict any damage to them. The black demonic beasts broke through and began to nibble away at the energy of the defensive light barrier. Lin Feng crazily urged the heavenly flame. The black demon beasts were dying faster and faster. However, he was afraid that the defensive light barrier would be broken before all of these black devil beasts died. At that time, at least 100 black demon beasts would survive. Over 100 black, demonic beasts swarmed forward. He could instantly deal with Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue. The situation was critical. Rattlesnake Pagoda! At this critical moment, Sikong Jiayue also took out a magic treasure of his own. It was a 7-story pagoda that floated in midair. A giant serpent materialized. It was a rattlesnake, and its entire body emitted a cold aura. The spirit of the rattlesnake pagoda had awakened. The rattlesnake pagoda also released a defensive light shield, reinforcing it with 2 layers. After continuously urging 2 defensive magic treasures, Sikong Jiayue's face became extremely pale. It was indeed difficult for a cultivator in the martial general realm to urge 2 magic treasures at the same time. Can you bear it? Lin Feng looked at Sikong Jiayue worriedly. If he couldn't bear such a huge consumption and suffered a backlash from the magic treasure, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Sikong gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, it's fine. Hurry up and kill these black demonic beasts. Hold on for a while longer." Lin Feng nodded. He frantically urged the heavenly fire to burn these black demonic beasts. Originally, the black demonic beasts were about to break through the black tortoise shield's defensive light shield, but now Sikong Jiayue added another defensive light shield made of the rattlesnake pagoda. The 2 layers of defensive light shield stacked together, and the black demonic beast's attacks were immediately blocked. It was not easy to break through the defense in a short period of time, unless Sikong Jiayue suffered a backlash first. At that time, the defensive light shield would be broken. However, these black demonic beasts were not aware of this. When they realized that the defensive light shield they were trying to break was getting stronger, these black demonic beasts panicked and didn't dare to continue fighting. They hurriedly fled. Humph! Lin Feng sneered. The heavenly fire swept out, and the temperature of the flames became even hotter. Screech! One by one, the black demonic beasts that were running away let out shrill cries before they were refined to death. Not long after, all the black demonic beasts were killed. Huff, huff, huff! Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue were panting heavily. The 2 of them looked at each other and saw the ecstasy in each other's eyes. Collect them and find a place to refine them, Lin Feng said. The 2 of them collected all the black demonic beasts' bodies and quickly left. They returned to the hidden place where they had first refined the black demonic beasts. Once again, they began to refine the boundless sun and moon essence contained in the black demonic beast shells. This time it was different. Last time, Lin Feng had absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon from 7 pieces of the shell. But now, Lin Feng had more than 400 shells. Devouring martial spirit. Devour! Lin Feng began to devour the sun and moon essence contained in the black demonic beast shells. The sun and moon essence in the shells was refined and absorbed by Lin Feng. Many a little makes a mickle. As the sun and moon essence was absorbed by Lin Feng, the sun and moon essence's power began to fuse with Lin Feng's true qi. With the fusion of the sun and moon essence, Lin Feng's true qi became more and more condensed and powerful. Human realm cultivator, warrior, martial master, general, 4th firmament martial king. It was through the transformation of true qi to complete the cultivation. After the cultivation increased, the power contained in one's body would also crazily increase. When the true qi transformed to the extreme, the true qi would transform into magic power. At this time, the cultivator would enter the yin-yang realm. At that time, they would have magic power and the ability to fly in the sky and burrow into ground. Now, Lin Feng had reached a critical moment in his cultivation. His true qi had reached the edge of another transformation. Lin Feng's previous cultivation was at the 4th firmament of the martial general realm. His strength had reached 125 dragon elephant strength. At this moment, Lin Feng only felt a surge of power in his body, beginning to explode. Boom! Unknowingly, the power in his body was like a flood, flowing through his meridians. Lin Feng only felt that his strength began to rise crazily. His strength quickly broke through from 125 dragon elephant strength to 200 dragon elephant strength. Soon, it broke through to 300 dragon elephant strength and finally stopped at 625 dragon elephant strength. 1 dragon elephant strength was equivalent to 10 dragon strength. 625 dragon elephant strength was equivalent to 6,250 dragon strength. With 3 devouring martial spirits operating, Lin Feng's strength could reach 18,750 dragon strength. Lin Feng, who was at the 5th firmament of the martial general realm, could definitely crush a cultivator at the 7th firmament of the martial general realm. Even if he faced a cultivator at the 8th firmament of the martial general realm, it would not be difficult to defeat him with his own secret technique. I've finally broken through. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Chapter 364. Screech. That sharp, ear-piercing cry resounded through the forest. The black fog that seemed to cover the sky and cover the sun made the entire ancient forest quiet down. Countless ferocious beasts hid in their caves and shivered. The black fog in the distance drew closer and closer, and it turned out that they were all black devil beasts. These black, demonic beasts gathered together and covered the entire sky. It was hard to imagine how many black devil beasts there were. Perhaps millions, tens of millions, or even more. A 10-meter-long black devil beast king let out a furious roar, its ice-cold eyes sweeping the area below as if it was looking for something. There are actually so many black devil beasts, and there's even such a terrifying devil beast king. That devil beast king should be at the Yin-Yang realm, right? Lin Feng and Xikongzhe were hiding in a cave, looking at the black devil beasts that covered the sky through the cracks in the cave. They both had bitter smiles on their faces. It seemed that they had poked a hornet's nest. Clearly, the black devil beast horde had rioted to find the 2 of them. Close to 1,000 black devil beasts had disappeared one after another, infuriating the devil beast king. The forest was very quiet. Lin Feng and Xikongzhe had been hiding for 3 days. When the black devil beasts left this area and flew towards another part of the forest, the 2 of them ran out of their hiding place. "We can't stay here for long. Let's go," said Lin Feng. The 2 of them chose to leave in the opposite direction of the black devil beasts. If they were blocked by the black devil beasts, they would be finished. Even a Yin-Yang realm expert would find it difficult to resist. There were too many black devil beasts. So many black devil beasts. And there was even a devil beast king. It was enough to kill any expert. Lin Feng and Xikongzhe went deeper into the black fog world. They had experienced many dangers. They had encountered groups of soul soldiers, and they had been surrounded by soul soldiers. They had narrowly escaped death. But then they had been chased by a group of skeletal creatures. These skeletal creatures seemed to have turned into undead creatures. They were extremely terrifying. After escaping from them with great difficulty, Lin Feng and Xikongzhe were once again surrounded by flaming rock beasts. To be able to continuously dodge the attacks of these terrifying existences and still be able to survive, it really wasn't an easy task. At night, the 2 of them sat on the branches of a big tree, resting while eating to replenish their energy. Lin Feng said, "We've been encountering more and more dangers over the past few days, and the beasts and evil spirits we encounter have become more and more powerful. Looks like we won't be too far away from leaving this black fog world." Xikongzhe nodded and said, "But especially at times like this, we should be even more careful. Tonight, you'll sleep for 6 hours. After 6 hours, it'll be my turn." Lin Feng nodded. After eating, Lin Feng leaned against the tree and fell asleep. The continuous battles made him feel unusually tired and exhausted. As for Xikongzhe, he sat cross-legged at the side, his eyes closed in meditation. "Hiss, In the darkness, 100-meter-long demon snake slowly crawled down from the top of the tree. This demon snake was like the calmest killer in the dark, silently delivering a fatal blow to the enemy. The demonic snake's ability to conceal its presence was very powerful. It gradually approached Lin Feng and Sikong Jae, but it managed to conceal its presence from Sikong Jae. When it was 10 meters away from the two of them, the demonic snake finally moved. The demonic snake opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Lin Feng and Sikong Jae. Not good. There's a demonic snake. Sikong Jae's reaction was fast enough as he shouted loudly. Lin Feng was startled awake, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the ferocious, bloody mouth. Whoosh! He suddenly shot out, dodging the demonic snake's attack. Sikong Jae also shot into the distance. Pa pa pa! While they were in the air, the giant tree that they had been resting on suddenly came to life, and dense branches whipped towards Lin Feng and Sikong Jae. Oh, human brats! I can feel your delicious flesh. The giant tree actually grew an extremely ugly human face, and a low and hoarse voice came out. Damn, the tree has become a spirit. Lin Feng was shocked. He wanted to dodge the whipping of the giant tree's branches, but it was too late. Bang! The tree's branches ruthlessly whipped Lin Feng's body, and Lin Feng was sent flying. Sikong Jae's situation wasn't much better than Lin Feng's. He was also sent flying by the tree's branches. Immediately after, Lin Feng and Sikong Jae were surrounded by countless twigs. Hiss! The demonic snake took advantage of this opportunity to quickly slither towards Lin Feng and Sikong Jae. It opened its bloody mouth, wanting to bite them to death. Heavenly fire! In this moment of danger, Lin Feng quickly took out his heavenly fire. The heavenly fire immediately ignited the branches of the giant tree. The fire quickly spread and engulfed the entire tree. The giant tree, which was nearly 1,000 meters tall, was instantly set ablaze. Ah, what kind of fire is this? Why can it ignite my body? My body has absorbed the power of lightning and is impervious to fire and water. It can't be damaged by treasures. Why is it ignited now? The tree roared in fear. The dense branches whipped the ground, trying to extinguish the fire on the branches. But how could the heavenly fire be extinguished so easily? The demonic snake had already pounced over. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Lin Feng and Sikong Jae. Lin Feng and Sikong Jae cooperated well. Sikong Jae leaped out with a dagger in his hand and slashed at the demonic snake, entangling it head-on. As for Lin Feng, he took a detour and jumped on the snake's head. He held the black dragon sword in his hand and ruthlessly stabbed at the snake's head. The demonic snake sensed Lin Feng jumping on its head, and its huge tail whipped towards Lin Feng. But it was still too late. Pooh! The black dragon sword pierced through the snake's head. Screech! The snake shrieked miserably. Its huge tail whipped Lin Feng with enough strength to break a mountain. Lin Feng was sent flying. The snake's huge body collapsed, twitched a few times, and died. How strong! Lin Feng crawled up from the ground and coughed up blood. Lin Feng, are you all right? Sikong Jae quickly ran over and asked worriedly. Lin Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. Sikong Jae nodded, feeling relieved. Ah, no, I can't accept this. The tree shrieked miserably, but it was quickly engulfed by the heavenly fire. The tree's soul was burned alive by the heavenly fire. Its huge body was also burnt to a crisp. I really didn't think that a tree could become a terrifying monster. Lin Feng was surprised. Maybe it's an opportunity that allowed it to gain sentience. Sikong Jae said, This demonic snake has been cultivating for at least 700 or 800 years, right? Its whole body is a treasure. Snake blood, its gallbladder, and even its flesh are great supplements. When Lin Feng said that, he almost started drooling. Chapter 365. The bonfire burned fiercely, and a large piece of golden demon snake meat was being roasted over the fire. The demon snake had cultivated for 700 to 800 years and was about to transform into a flood dragon. Demon snake meat, demon snake blood, especially the demon snake gallbladder, they all contained a surging amount of energy. If a cultivator ate it, it would greatly benefit their cultivation. After Lin Feng and Sikong separated the demon snake, they took out its gallbladder and blood and mixed it with wine. They placed it over the bonfire and began to cook snake gallbladder wine. They also cut off more demon snake meat and roasted it over the bonfire. Chi, chi, chi. Drops of golden oil dripped into the fire, and the sound of burning could be heard. It's about time. Lin Feng had been hungry for a long time, especially when he smelled something as delicious as the demon snake meat. His stomach began to rumble. This demon snake meat is very nutritious. It can help us recover our strength quickly. It's also good for our cultivation. Sikong Jia took a bite of the demon snake meat and took a big bite. He then said, Lin Feng, your barbecue skills are really amazing. Lin Feng smiled and said, I learned it from my third uncle when I was young. He took out 2 cups and poured 2 cups of snake gallbladder wine. He said, this is the real good stuff. Demon snake blood, demon snake gallbladder. This was even more precious than demon snake meat. Lin Feng and Sikong clinked their cups. Then, the 2 of them gulped down the wine. Immediately, they felt a warm current flowing through their bodies, making them feel warm. Not long after, Lin Feng and Sikong could not take it anymore. The 2 of them had drunk all the snake gallbladder wine and eaten so much demon snake meat. This was a demon snake that had cultivated for 700 to 800 years. Its most important part was its gallbladder. However, Lin Feng and Sikong had eaten it all in one go. They had accumulated a large amount of demon snake essence in their bodies. As they spoke, they spat out essence energy from their mouths. Sikong tried to refine the essence in his body, but he could not. The essence in his body was constantly spewing out from his ears, nose, mouth, and even his eyes and pores. What a waste! What a waste! What a waste! Sikong cried out in pain. Rumble! Not far away, a mountain was uprooted. Lin Feng carried it on his shoulder. What are you doing? Sikong asked. Exercising to help me digest the demon snake essence in my body, said Lin Feng. He was carrying a 3,000-meter-high mountain and was running at full speed in the forest. F***CK. Sikong could not help but roll his eyes. This was his first time seeing someone cultivate like this. I'll try it too. Sikong Lin Feng of runs. There were also some cultivators resting in the forest. When they saw the 2 mountains running in tandem, their faces turned pale with fright. The black fog world was too strange. Many creatures that didn't seem dangerous were often incomparably terrifying, not to mention those soul weapons, undead creatures, and other terrifying existences. Now, even the slightest movement in the black fog world could scare many people out of their wits. Roar! At dawn, the roar of a beast came from the depths of the black fog world. Even the mountains were shaking. Lin Feng stopped. What's wrong? Sikong asked. Did you hear that? It's the roar of a beast, Lin Feng said. Sikong nodded and said, it should be an extremely terrifying existence. Otherwise, the sound wouldn't have traveled so far. Lin Feng nodded and threw the mountain he had been carrying on his shoulder into the air. Rumble. The ground shook violently. Lin Feng stretched his body. After running for half the night while carrying the mountain, the demon snake essence in his body was almost exhausted. Lin Feng felt as energetic as a dragon and ferocious as a tiger. His cultivation had improved again. Sikong also threw the mountain on the ground and sensed the condition of his body. He was pleasantly surprised and said, Lin Feng, your method of training your body is really good. After running for a night, not only did I not feel tired, I even refined all the demon snake essence in my body. I feel that my cultivation has improved again. The ancient battlefield of gods and demons is really a good place. If we can stay here for a year, we might be able to break through to the Martial King realm. Lin Feng said, I heard that the ancient battlefield of gods and demons will close in 3 months. Staying here for a year is just a pipe dream. However, 3 months should be enough to raise our cultivation by a few levels. Roar! At that moment, the roar of a beast came from the distance again. It shook the mountains and rivers. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of beast it was. Lin Feng looked into the distance. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that he should go to that place to take a look, even if it was very dangerous. Let's go. We have to cross this black fog world. Sikong Jewa said, I want to go to the place where the roar came from. Lin Feng said, Why do you want to go there? Sikong Jewa looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Just what kind of terrifying existence was the one who let out that roar? If they went there, they would be taking a huge risk. Intuition. A very strong intuition. If we don't go, I have a feeling that we will miss out on something very important, said Lin Feng. In that case, let's go and take a look, said Sikong Jayue. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't need to be polite with Sikong Jayue. They were friends who had gone through life and death together. They quickly flew in the direction of the roar. The closer they got, the faster Lin Feng's heartbeat became. Boom! In the distance, Lin Feng and Sikong Jie sensed an ancient qi. In the middle of the endless flames, a terrifying beast was flying in the sky. That beast roared loudly, and it seemed like the mountains and rivers in the sky were about to collapse. It was hard to imagine how terrifying that beast was. It's a Cheong Qi, said Sikong Jie in shock. Lin Feng nodded. This was the second time he had seen a creature like the Cheong Qi. Back then, he had seen an old Cheong Qi beast emperor about to die. Later on, Lin Feng had obtained the Cheong Qi treasure technique from the remains of the Cheong Qi beast emperor. Now, this was the second Cheong Qi he had seen. However, it was obvious that this Cheong Qi was even more powerful and terrifying. This is one of the 4 ancient beasts. It's really ferocious. Sikong Jiayue's face paled when he sensed the Cheong Qi's aura. Lin Feng nodded. This Cheong Qi was indeed terrifying. Its aura was too ancient, and it made people feel like they were in the primordial era. However, at that moment, Lin Feng's heartbeat became even faster. Buzz. He felt a strong wave of energy coming from his body. This is... Lin Feng was shocked. It was the Cheong Qi clone, one of the 9 ancient divine emperors. It was emitting a strong wave of energy. Lin Feng looked at the ancient Cheong Qi, and his face was full of shock. That's not the real Cheong Qi. It's the indestructible original spirit of the ancient divine Emperor Cheong Qi. Chapter 366. Lin Feng used the 9 emperors diagram to refine 9 clones. They were the golden-winged rock king clone, the black tortoise clone, the Cheong Qi clone, the heaven-eyed demonic snake clone, the white tiger clone, the Tao Tai clone, the void divine beast clone, the radiant angel clone, and the undying phoenix clone. These 9 clones all had incredible abilities. For example, the golden-winged rock king clone had extreme speed, and the Cheong Qi's most powerful ability was naturally the Cheong Qi treasure technique. The Cheong Qi treasure technique that Lin Feng obtained was imprinted by a Cheong Qi with an impure bloodline. Although it was powerful, it was far from the level of a primordial mystic skill. The true Cheong Qi treasure technique was comparable to the great heaven-covering hand, the lightning god's inheritance, and the Archean dragonesque elephant art. The Cheong Qi's attack power was the strongest among the 4 primordial beasts, Cheong Qi, Tao Wu, Handan, and Tao Tai. The primordial beast Cheong Qi could kill gods with its Cheong Qi treasure technique. That was because, in the primordial era, the Cheong-chi fed on gods. From this, one could see how terrifying the Cheong-chi treasure technique was. However, it was clear that the Cheong-chi treasure technique that Lin Feng cultivated was too simple and far from the level of a primordial mystic skill. At most, it could only be considered a primordial mystic skill. In other words, it was a beginner primordial mystic skill. It was at least 4 or 5 levels lower than a primordial mystic skill. Now, the primordial divine Emperor Cheong-chi's indestructible primordial spirit had appeared. This was Lin Feng's chance. If he could refine the primordial divine Emperor Cheong-chi's indestructible primordial divine Emperor Cheong-chi's indestructible primordial divine Emperor Cheong-chi's clone, Lin Feng could also cultivate the primordial era's ultimate mystic skill, the Cheong-chi treasure technique. Every primordial era's ultimate mystic skill would increase one's battle prowess by leaps and bounds. Any inheritance could be said to be heaven-defying and enough to cause a bloodbath. Now that Lin Feng had obtained the Archean dragonesque elephant art, the first part of the lightning god's inheritance, the sky lightning art, and the great heaven covering hand, if he could successfully revive the Cheong-chi clone, he would be able to obtain the 4th supreme ancient skill. One could imagine, after Lin Feng successfully cultivated the immemorial Cheong-chi treasure technique, what kind of terrifying level would his battle strength rise to? How could Lin Feng, a cultivator of the 5th celestial layer, defeat a cultivator of the 8th celestial layer? It was because he had cultivated several supreme techniques. The more he cultivated, the more power he would accumulate. When he broke through, the more power he would gain. Lin Feng had never thought that he would encounter Cheong-chi's indestructible original spirit here. However, what made Lin Feng somewhat helpless was that this indestructible original spirit seemed to be very powerful. It would not be an easy task to refine this fellow. This guy is too scary. Let's go. If we get too close, we will be discovered. Sikong Jiahua said. He didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He was truly unwilling to leave just like that. Rumble! At that moment, a terrifying fluctuation swept through the world. The earth split open, and a huge hand that covered the sky grabbed towards Cheong-chi's indestructible original spirit. Heavens, what is that? Sikong Jiahua was shocked. That huge hand was too huge, and a mountain peak seemed small in front of it. Accurately speaking, it shouldn't be called a hand. It should be called a huge claw. Lin Feng said, Cheong-chi is not made of flesh and blood. It's an indestructible original spirit left behind by an ancient expert. Some terrifying creatures want to devour it. Sikong Jiahua said, an ancient expert's original spirit? No wonder. If these terrifying existences devour Cheong-chi's original spirit, their strength will definitely increase greatly. Swish! Cheong-chi's original spirit was extremely terrifying. It was surrounded by divine flames. Facing this attack, it waved its sharp claws. A sharp claw light pierced through the celestial emperor. With a poochie sound, the claw light was too powerful. It directly pierced through the huge claw that covered the sky. Splash! Blood poured down like heavy rain. Roar! A painful roar came from the depths of the earth. Hum! The void trembled. A ferocious beast tore through the void and instantly appeared in front of Cheong-chi's original spirit. It was a 3-eyed demon wolf. It had clearly cultivated an extremely powerful path. Its aura was so terrifying that it made Lin Feng and Sikong Jiahua's souls tremble. The 3-eyed demon wolf's sharp claws grabbed at Cheong-chi's original spirit, wanting to tear it apart. However, Cheong-chi's original spirit disappeared without a trace. The next moment, it appeared behind the 3-eyed demon wolf and sent it flying with a claw. Bang! With an earth-shattering sound, the 3-eyed demon wolf was sent flying by Cheong-chi's original spirit. The 3-eyed demon wolf crashed into several mountains and was buried in the ruins. Whoosh! A blood-red light fell from the sky at extreme speed. The blood-red light directly attacked Cheongchi's original spirit. Another powerful existence had appeared and launched a sure-kill attack on Cheongchi's original spirit. Roar! Cheongchi's original spirit roared. This was the legendary supreme soul attack technique, roar shaking the nine heavens. It was rumored that when the primordial saint emperor Cheongchi stood in the Tianmu continent and roared, his roar could cause the stars to fall. From this, it could be seen how terrifying and powerful roar shaking the nine heavens was. The blood-red light was hit and was sent flying. It's a blood-red centipede. Sikong Jiayue was shocked. At this time, Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue had already seen the true body of the blood-red light. It was a blood-red centipede that was more than 10 meters long. The blood-red centipede's body emitted a cold and terrifying aura. Now, the blood-red centipede stopped in midair and stared coldly at Cheongchi's original spirit. Bang! Rubble flew through the air. The three-eyed demon wolf that was sent flying by Cheongchi's original spirit rushed out of the ruins. Then, a loud rumbling sound was heard. The earth trembled violently. The existence in the depths of the earth also crawled out. It was a terrifying creature that was thousands of meters tall. Its body was covered in scales and was incomparably ugly. It was a great evil demon. After it crawled out, its body quickly shrank until it was more than 10 meters long. It was floating in the air. The three-eyed demon wolf and the blood-red centipede separated into 3 directions and surrounded Cheongchi's original spirit. It seems that Cheongchi's original spirit must have been born not long ago. Cheongchi's original spirit must have felt the killing intent of these 3 powerful existences. That's why it's so irritable, Sikong Jiayue said. Lin Feng nodded. He felt that the Cheongchi's original spirit was naturally powerful. But after all, it was only a remnant of the primordial Saint Emperor Cheongchi's original spirit. It couldn't even use a billionth of the primordial Saint Emperor's power. Therefore, it wasn't strange that Cheongchi's original spirit was being spied on. Kill Cheongchi's original spirit and we'll divide it equally. The three-eyed demon wolf spoke. They're really powerful. These 3 existences should be the overlords of the Black Fog world. They might even be powerful existences that were attracted by the ancient battlefield of gods and devils. Lin Feng was secretly shocked. No problem, the blood-red centipede and the great evil demon both nodded. Boom, a terrifying aura gushed out. The 3 powerful existences all rushed towards Cheongchi's original spirit. They evolved supreme divine techniques. Terrifying divine techniques condensed and bombarded Cheongchi's original spirit. They wanted to directly destroy it. Chapter 367. Roar! The Cheongchi primordial spirit stood in the air, its roar shaking the mountains and rivers. It was like an ancient god had descended. The Cheongchi primordial spirit was still able to deal with the attacks of the 3 powerful beings. It waved its claws and attacked the 3 powerful beings. The Cheongchi primordial spirit was too powerful. Its sharp claws instantly pierced through the attacks of the 3 powerful beings. Puff, puff, puff. Then huge wounds were left on the bodies of the 3 powerful beings. Blood immediately flowed out of the wounds. Isn't this too unbelievable? It's just a primordial spirit. How can it be so powerful? Sikong Jiayue shouted in disbelief. What was an undying primordial spirit? Take Lin Feng, for example. His divine sense could be divided into millions of parts. When Lin Feng died, if one part of his divine sense could be preserved and not destroyed along with the main body, it would be an undying primordial spirit. It's just a primordial spirit. How powerful can it be? It's just an illusion. In reality, because the primordial sage emperors are too powerful, even a primordial sage emperor's divine sense is unimaginably powerful. That's why the Cheongchi primordial spirit is so powerful. The 3 powerful beings were heavily injured. The Cheongchi primordial spirit charged forward, wanting to kill them. Looks like it's time to take out that killing weapon. The great demon said. What? You want to use that killing weapon? That's courting death. We can't use it. We'll die, the bloody centipede roared. The three-eyed demon wolf said, if we fight to the death, we might be able to. As long as we kill the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit and devour it, we'll be able to recover, and our strength will increase greatly. This is the primordial spirit of a sage emperor. If we don't act quickly when those terrifying beings on the ancient battlefield of gods and demons find out about the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit, do you think we'll still have a share? Bam! While the three powerful beings were talking, the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit had already attacked. It waved its sharp claws and tore through the void, slapping towards the bodies of the three powerful beings. They were attacked again and were sent flying by the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit. They were not on the same level at all. Too powerful. Lin Feng and Sikong Jayue, who were watching the battle from afar, were filled with shock. The might of Cheong-Chi's primordial spirit far exceeded the two of their imaginations. Sikong Jayue said, that great fiend, the three-eyed demon wolf, and the blood-red centipede. Even a yin-yang realm cultivator would have been instantly killed by them. But even so, they still couldn't fight back in front of the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit. I really don't know how strong the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit is. Lin Feng nodded sympathetically. The super strong fighting strength displayed by the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit had fiercely shocked Lin Feng. Swish, 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 the great evil demon, the three-eyed demon wolf, and the blood centipede all fled towards the depths of the forest. The Cheong-Chi primordial spirit quickly chased after them, not wanting to let them go. Lin Feng said, this Cheong-Chi primordial spirit probably only has killing intent left. Anyone who poses a threat to it will be killed. Sikong Jayue nodded and said, following the death of the main body, it will definitely dissipate. The reason why the primordial spirit can't be destroyed is because it relies on some kind of intent when it was alive, such as killing intent, evil intent, good intent, and so on. Lin Feng and Sikong Jayue chased after them. This kind of battle couldn't be missed. In the depths of the Black Fog world, there was an ancient stone tablet. This stone tablet had 4 large words written on it. Eternal suppression of demons and gods. These 4 large words were written with the blood of demons and gods. Countless years had passed, but the words still hadn't dried up. The three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood-red centipede all attacked together, wanting to lift the stone tablet. Boom! The ancient stone tablet was shaken and immediately emitted a terrifying aura that swept through the world, suppressing all directions. Kacha! 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 The three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood-red centipede were suppressed by the mysterious stone tablet. Even as strong as they were, their bodies began to crack. They roared loudly, but they didn't give up. They still persisted, wanting to lift the ancient stone tablet. Eternal suppression of demons and gods. Seeing the 4 large blood-red words on the stone tablet, Lin Feng and Sikong Jayue exchanged glances. They both felt that this stone tablet wasn't simple. This stone tablet is suppressed in the depths of the Black Fog world, and the words eternal suppression of demons and gods are written on it. Could it be used to suppress the demons and gods that died in the ancient battlefield of demons and gods? Lin Feng murmured. He thought of many things. Demons and gods were too powerful. After death, there was a high chance that they would turn into undying spirits or evil spirits. The eternal suppression of demons and gods was suppressed in this place, preventing them from turning into evil spirits or evil spirits. This stone tablet was extremely terrifying. The three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood-red centipede's bodies were cracking faster and faster. They had suffered a huge blow, and now they couldn't bear it anymore. Boom! Suddenly, the origin energy in their bodies burned fiercely. In order to lift the eternal suppression of demons and gods, They didn't hesitate to burn a large amount of their origin energy to strengthen themselves. Swoosh! The Cheongqi primordial spirit quickly flew away, not daring to stay. Although the Cheongqi primordial spirit didn't have any consciousness, it could still sense how terrifying the eternal suppression of demons and gods was. "Rise!" shouted the three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood-red centipede. Finally, after burning a large amount of their origin energy, they worked together to lift the eternal suppression of demons and gods. The three of them pushed the eternal suppression of demons and gods towards the Cheongqi primordial spirit. Roar! The Cheongqi primordial spirit roared. The Cheongqi primordial spirit let out a terrified cry. It had suffered a huge blow. It didn't have a physical body. It was just an undying primordial spirit. Now it was starting to crumble. Ha ha ha! It's going to die. The Cheongqi primordial spirit is finally going to die. The three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood-red centipede were all excited. The Cheongqi primordial spirit can't hold on any longer. Its origin energy is gone, said Sikong Jaewen in surprise. Lin Feng nodded gravely. He wanted to obtain the Cheongqi primordial spirit, but it was obviously impossible to steal it from the three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood-red centipede. But at that moment, something strange happened. Cheongqi treasured technique. A deep roar reverberated through the world. The Cheongqi primordial spirit launched a desperate attack. Kacha! 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 The Cheongqi primordial spirit suddenly had 9 heads. In that instant, the Cheongqi primordial spirit's qi rose to the peak. Immemorial Cheongqi treasured technique. Lin Feng was shocked. This was the true immemorial Cheongqi treasured technique. The Cheongqi treasured technique he had obtained from the bones of the beast emperor was an extremely simple Cheongqi treasured technique. This immemorial Cheongqi treasured technique was really too powerful. The Cheongqi primordial spirit clawed, and the eternal suppression of demons and gods was sent flying. Boom! The eternal suppression of demons and gods once again flew back to its original position. It would never change, forever suppressing the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Hurry up and leave. The three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood-red centipede all looked at the Cheongqi primordial spirit in fright. The Cheongqi primordial spirit had used the immemorial Cheongqi treasured technique, making them feel suffocated. The three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the centipede didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. But it was too late. After using the immemorial Cheongqi primordial spirit, its combat power had already risen to an unimaginable level. It waved its claws. A claw of light flew out. Pooh! The claw of light instantly pierced through the bodies of the three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the centipede. How could this be? The 3 powerful creatures murmured in disbelief. Soon after, their chests exploded. Their bodies fell down, smashing into the ground, already dead. Insta-kill. Lin Feng and Sikong were filled with deep shock. The immemorial Cheongqi primordial spirit was actually so terrifying. The 3-headed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the centipede were supreme existences that surpassed the Yin-Yang realm. But they had actually been insta-killed by the immemorial Cheongqi primordial spirit. Chapter 368. The 3-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the crimson centipede had all fallen. The Cheongqi primordial spirit couldn't hold on any longer, and its origin was beginning to disperse. The Cheongqi primordial spirit can't hold on any longer. That attack just now was probably its last. Its origin is beginning to disperse. Sikong said, the Cheongqi primordial spirit's 9-headed avatar returned to its original form, but it couldn't hold on any longer. Its body was indeed collapsing, and it couldn't hold on any longer. The Cheong-Chi primordial spirit quickly flew into the distance. You go collect the corpses of the three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the crimson centipede. I'll chase after the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit. Lin Feng said, Are you crazy? Even if the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit is about to be destroyed, it can still kill you easily before it dies. Sikong Jiayue said, Don't worry, I have a way to deal with the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit. Lin Feng said. Sikong Jiayue could only nod and say, Be careful, I'll be there soon. Lin Feng nodded and unfolded his golden wings to chase after Sikong Jiayue. Sikong Jiayue flew towards the battlefield to collect the corpses of the three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the crimson centipede. These three were all powerful existences that surpassed the Yin-Yang realm. Their bodies were full of treasures. At the same time, 15 kilometers away, Zhang Sunwuji, the old servant, and 2 other guards saw the battle between the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit, the great fiend, and the crimson centipede. It's the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit. It's an ancient Cheong-Chi primordial spirit that died. The old servant said, It seems like the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit is about to be destroyed. That's great. If I can refine the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit, how high will my cultivation level rise? Zhang Sunwuji was so excited that his body trembled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 4 of them didn't stop and quickly flew towards the battlefield. They obviously wanted to collect the corpses of the three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the crimson centipede before chasing after the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit. Lin Feng used his golden wings to chase after the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit. At that moment, he didn't dare attack because Cheong-Chi's primordial spirit wasn't destroyed yet. If Lin Feng attacked, wouldn't Cheong-Chi's primordial spirit kill him? Lin Feng, fiend's primordial demon, primordial spirit, would origins its primordial spirit's woods. It, S primordial demon, primordial long, to S Lin Feng chased after him. Lin to Roto, S bones, the end to the end, it to, S turn to it to turn. It, S sits to destroy its S, SSS what twos, S's, S, SS its, S. Fiends with that thought in mind, Lin Feng rushed towards the golden bones. Roar. But when Lin Feng arrived in front of the bone, a roar shook the sky. Swoosh! The Cheong-Chi primordial spirit appeared again. Not good. It hasn't dissipated yet. I've been deceived by it. Lin Feng's expression changed. He quickly rushed out of the cave, but the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit waved its claws and the cave was sealed by a powerful energy. Lin Feng's was completely cut off. I'm in trouble. Lin Feng's expression became unsightly. He clenched his teeth and began to communicate with the Holy Emperor Stone. The Holy Emperor Stone was very strange. It had almost killed the fire Qilin. Lin Feng's cultivation was limited. He didn't want to have too much contact with the Holy Emperor Stone. But now, if he didn't use the Holy Emperor Stone, it would be difficult for him to escape death. The Cheong-Chi primordial spirit looked coldly at Lin Feng. You have learned the Cheong-Chi's treasured technique, it said in a low voice. Lin Feng was shocked. Didn't the eternal primordial spirits only have thoughts and no consciousness? But the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit in front of him didn't just have thoughts, it had consciousness. That was too terrifying. Of course, that was only the simplest consciousness. And it wasn't the consciousness of the ancient Holy Emperor Cheong-Chi, because the ancient Holy Emperor Cheong-Chi had died a long time ago. The Cheong-Chi primordial spirit in front of him had formed a completely new consciousness. Very weak. A weak Cheong-Chi's treasured technique. The weaker the bloodline of the Cheong-Chi's treasured technique is, the simpler and weaker the Cheong-Chi's treasured technique will be. The Cheong-Chi primordial spirit walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Lin Feng felt extremely oppressed. He didn't dare act blindly without thinking, because the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit could kill him in one attack. Even if he wanted to use the Holy Emperor Stone to attack the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit, he had to wait until the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit got close to him. If he was far away, the Holy Emperor Stone wouldn't even touch the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit. "What do you want to do?" asked Lin Feng. "Even though your Cheong-Chi's treasured technique is very weak, it's still a Cheong-Chi's treasured technique. Your body has already adapted to the Cheong-Chi's treasured technique. It's a perfect body. Besides, I can sense that you've also learned some other ancient secret techniques." The Cheong-Chi primordial spirit was lost in thought. It looked a bit distressed. Its consciousness hadn't been formed for a long time, and it had lost a lot of its memories. Even though it could sense that Lin Feng had learned some ancient secret technique, it couldn't remember what it was. "I'm very interested in your body," said the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit. The Cheong-Chi primordial spirit pounced on Lin Feng. It wanted to kill Lin Feng and take over Lin Feng's body. "Let me devour you and refine your body into mine." The Cheong-Chi primordial spirit roared and opened its bloody mouth, wanting to devour Lin Feng. "Come out!" Lin Feng roared and took out the Holy Emperor Stone. Poof, poof, poof! When Lin Feng used the Holy Emperor Stone, the Beast Emperor Cheong-Chi had yet to be harmed. He was the first to be harmed by the Holy Emperor Stone. An inexplicable force escaped from the Holy Emperor Stone and pierced several bloody holes in Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng felt that the Holy Emperor Stone was beginning to devour his essence and spirit in a frenzy. It was as if it was going to suck him dry. This was the terrifying and eerie part of the Holy Emperor Stone. Lin Feng felt that he was going to die. He gritted his teeth and held on, throwing the Holy Emperor Stone. Bang! The Holy Emperor Stone slammed into the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit's body. "Ah, this is the Holy Emperor Stone. A blood-stained Holy Emperor Stone. How can this be?" The Cheong-Chi primordial spirit looked at the Holy Emperor Stone in horror. Its body was hit by the Holy Emperor Stone. Crack, crack! Then the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit's body began to disintegrate. Undying technique. The Cheong-Chi primordial spirit used a heaven-defying secret technique to stop all this, but it failed. The Holy Emperor Stone contained a terrifying power that instantly shattered the origin energy of the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit. Bang! The Cheong-Chi primordial spirit directly exploded. Its consciousness dissipated, leaving only the origin energy suspended in midair. Chapter 369. The Cheong-Chi primordial spirit's consciousness has been destroyed. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He had almost been killed by the Holy Emperor Stone, but he hadn't suffered for nothing. But very quickly, Lin Feng's face turned black. The Holy Emperor Stone was absorbing the original strength of the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit. "Don't steal it from me, it's mine!" shouted Lin Feng furiously, rushing over. The Holy Emperor Stone was bewitching. It released a beam of golden light, which bombarded Lin Feng and sent him flying. Bang! Lin Feng crashed into the wall. The impact was so strong that Lin Feng coughed up blood. Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "Shameless Holy Emperor Stone, I'll kill you!" Lin Feng gnashed his teeth and charged. He couldn't let the Holy Emperor Stone succeed. The Cheong-Chi primordial spirit was his. If it was absorbed by the Holy Emperor Stone, where would he find the second Cheong-Chi primordial spirit? Bang! But the result was the same as the first time. Lin Feng was sent flying again. The Holy Emperor Stone was too terrifying. Lin Feng coughed up blood again. "Bastard! You and I can't exist under the same sky," said Lin Feng, gnashing his teeth. This time he didn't rush over. If he was sent flying a few more times, Lin Feng was sure that he would be killed by the Holy Emperor Stone. If that happened, he would lose more than he gained. Even though Lin Feng hated the Holy Emperor Stone, he couldn't think of a way to deal with it. "What a monstrous stone," thought Lin Feng gloomily. "Monstrous, monstrous." murmured Lin Feng suddenly. Speaking of bewitching, the most bewitching one should be the demonic orb, right? Back then, the sacred Emperor Stone had tortured the Fire Qilin half to death. But in the end, the Fire Qilin still managed to suppress the Saint Royal Stone. It took the Saint Royal Stone out of its body and threw it to Lin Feng. However, when the Fire Qilin faced the demonic orb, it was unable to resist at all and had its source devoured by the demonic orb. I'm going to fight demons with demons today. Lin Feng took out the devil bead and blasted it towards the Holy Emperor Stone. Boom! After sensing the demonic bead's aura, the Saint Royal Stone emitted a terrifying aura and floated in the air, confronting the demonic bead. The two monstrous things that Lin Feng couldn't control emitted terrifying waves of energy. The space inside the cave seemed to distort. Mine. Lin Feng directly pounced on the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit. He no longer cared about anything else. He didn't care if the demonic bead would fight to the death with the Sage Emperor Stone. I'll devour Cheong-Chi's primordial spirit first. Lin Feng was worried that if he didn't devour Cheong-Chi's primordial spirit quickly, it would be divided between the Saint Royal Stone and the demonic bead. Both of these items were too strange. They could do anything. Refine. After Lin Feng devoured the Cheong-Chi's primordial spirit, he began to refine it. At the same time, the archaic divine Emperor Cheong-Chi's avatar in Lin Feng's Dantian emitted powerful waves. Waves of strong emotions emanated from the archaic divine Emperor Cheong-Chi's avatar. That emotion was an emotion of extreme desire. The archaic divine Emperor Cheong-Chi's avatar was too eager to devour the Cheong-Chi's primordial spirit. After Lin Feng refined the Cheong-Chi's primordial spirit, he integrated it into the archaic divine Emperor Cheong-Chi's avatar. Boom! Immediately after, a terrifying force emanated from the archaic divine Emperor Cheong-Chi's avatar. Waves of ancient memories seemed to be awakening. Whoosh! As for the demonic bead, it rushed into Lin Feng's body and went dormant again. It was the same for the Saint Royal Stone. It turned into a stream of light and rushed into Lin Feng's body. At this moment, Lin Feng was immersed in the awakening of the archaic divine Emperor Cheong-Chi's avatar. Following the awakening of the archaic divine Emperor Cheong-Chi's avatar, dense information appeared in his mind. It was all about the archaic divine Emperor Cheong-Chi's memories. Among them, there was naturally an introduction to the archaic Cheong-Chi's treasure technique. When using the archaic Cheong-Chi's treasure technique, every additional head condensed would double the combat power of this secret technique. At most, it could be increased by a full 9 times. This was simply unheard of. However, it was obviously not easy to condense 9 heads. This was the limit of the archaic Cheong-Chi's treasure technique. Over the endless years, other than the archaic divine Emperor Cheong-Chi, the rest of the Cheong-Chi clan members were able to condense the ultimate form of 9 heads. Only 5 people could do this. It was already so difficult for the Cheong-Chi clan to cultivate, let alone the other clans. However, Lin Feng was different from others. He had refined the archaic divine Emperor Cheong-Chi's avatar and had the archaic divine Emperor Cheong-Chi's aura comprehension. Cultivating the archaic Cheong-Chi's treasure technique was definitely faster than anyone else. Furthermore, his cultivation would be more profound. Half an hour later, Lin Feng opened his eyes. His face revealed joy. The archaic divine Emperor Cheong-Chi's avatar had already awakened. Lin Feng obtained the archaic Cheong-Chi's treasure technique. This archaic divine Emperor Cheong-Chi's avatar was hidden in Lin Feng's Tianshu meridian to be nourished, and the golden-winged Great Rock King avatar was entrenched in Lin Feng's Tianmen meridian to be nourished. Following the increase in Lin Feng's strength, these 2 avatars would also become stronger and stronger. In the future, they might grow to become true gods. Of course, if one day Lin Feng became a terrifying existence comparable to the archaic, dragonesque elephant's strength. Then, the archaic divine emperor's avatar in his Tianshu meridian might be able to reach the ancient divine emperor's level of strength. In the future, when he faced an enemy, he could directly summon the archaic divine emperor's avatar and sweep through everything. Lin Feng checked his injuries. Previously, he had been injured by the Holy Emperor's Stone, but after absorbing the Cheong Chi's primordial spirit, he discovered that his injuries had already healed. This made Lin Feng slightly happy. He didn't stop and quickly flew outside. Lin Feng arrived outside the cave and coincidentally bumped into Sikong Jua, who had been looking for him all along the way. "Are you all right?" asked Sikong Jua. "I'm fine." Lin Feng shook his head. He said, "We can't stay here for long. Let's hurry up and leave." Sikong Jua nodded and left with Lin Feng. However, not long after they left, for figures appeared in the distance. "Damn it, I don't know who obtained the corpses of those 3 ferocious beasts in advance. If I find out, I'll definitely cut him into 1,000 pieces." Someone cursed in a low voice. "Young master, even though the corpses of those 3 ferocious beasts are precious, there's a huge difference between them and the Cheong Chi's primordial spirit. I can already sense the chi of the Cheong Chi's primordial spirit in the depths of the mountain range. When the time comes, the most important thing for you is to refine the Cheong Chi's primordial spirit and increase your cultivation," said the old servant. Chapter 370. Lin Feng and Sikong Jua naturally wanted to cut Zhang Sun Wuji into pieces. However, they didn't act rashly because the old servant was too powerful. Lin Feng and Zhang Sun Wuji couldn't fight against a martial king above the 5th heavenly layer. "Follow and see if there's a chance. If there's a chance, kill him," Lin Feng whispered. "Okay." Sikong Jua nodded. The 2 of them didn't follow too closely. This was because Zhang Sun Wuji's old servant was too powerful. If they followed too closely, they might be discovered. They followed him silently. "Looks like they're here for the Cheong Chi primordial spirit," Lin Feng thought to himself as he watched Zhang Sun Wuji and the others walk towards the Cheong Chi primordial spirit's cave. "Young master, it's inside." The old servant pointed at the cave in the depths. Zhang Sun Wuji glanced at it and frowned. "There won't be any danger, right?" "If young master is worried, I'll go in and take a look. If there's no danger, I'll call for young master," the old servant said. "Then go. Hurry up. Don't make me wait too long." Zhang Sun Wuji waved his hand. "Yes." Then the old servant dashed into the cave. One of the guards said, "Young master, if you refine the Cheong Chi primordial spirit, your cultivation will increase greatly. You might even become a yin-yang realm expert soon." That's right. That's right. When the time comes, young master, please don't forget about us loyal servants," the other guard said with a fawning expression. Zhang Sun Wuji had a smug look on his face. He clearly enjoyed the 2's flattery. Zhang Sun Wuji said, "Don't worry, I won't mistreat you in the future. We're willing to go through fire and water for you, young master." The 2 guards were delighted. At this moment, 2 figures stealthily moved towards Zhang Sun Wuji and the others. The black fog world was shrouded in fog. That was why Zhang Sun Wuji and the others didn't even notice Lin Feng and Sikong Jua's approach. "You killed the guards. I will kill Zhang Sun Wuji," Lin Feng said softly. Sikong Jua nodded. They were getting closer and closer to Zhang Sun Wuji. When they were about 10 meters away, the 2 of them hid behind a huge rock and took a deep breath. Swish, swish, Lin Feng and Sikong Jua instantly charged towards Zhang Sun Wuji and his 2 guards. At that moment, the old martial king servant was not by Zhang Sun Wuji's side. It was the best time to kill Zhang Sun Wuji. The 2 of them were extremely fast, and in an instant they were in front of Zhang Sun Wuji and the 2 guards. "It's you. Zhang Sanwuji sensed the aura behind him and turned around to see Lin Feng charging at him. His expression changed, and he quickly retreated, but it was too late. Lin Feng swung the black dragon sword in his hand. Puff! Zhang Sanwuji's right arm was chopped off by Lin Feng. Blood immediately gushed out. Zhang Sanwuji let out a mournful cry. Originally, Zhang Sanwuji's strength was not inferior to Lin Feng's. In a one-on-one fight, it would not be easy to deal with Zhang Sanwuji. However, Lin Feng had suddenly launched a sneak attack. He had caught Zhang Sanwuji off guard. Zhang Sanwuji was unable to dodge and had one of his arms chopped off by Lin Feng. On the other side, Sikong Jiayue's attacks were also very fierce. He killed a guard with a single slash and then pounced on another guard. Inside the cave, the old servant heard Zhang Sanwuji's miserable cry, and his expression changed greatly. Not good. He quickly rushed outside. My arm, my arm. Brat, I'm going to kill you. Zhang Sanwuji roared. A light flashed in his hand, and a war spear appeared. Zhang Sanwuji held it in one hand and rushed towards Lin Feng, stabbing at Lin Feng. Clang! The spear and sword collided, emitting a clanging sound and sending sparks everywhere. Zhang Sanwuji was forced back by Lin Feng's attack. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had improved greatly and Zhang Sanwuji had lost an arm, his battle strength had decreased sharply. Naturally, he would be suppressed by Lin Feng. Puff! Sikong Jiayue slashed down and finished off the second guard. Then he quickly rushed over and attacked Zhang Sanwuji together with Lin Feng. Zhang Sanwuji's expression changed greatly. Although he hated Lin Feng to the core, he was not stupid. It would be difficult to defeat Lin Feng one-on-one, let alone one-on-two. Zhang Sanwuji quickly rushed towards the cave, wanting to find the old servant. You can't escape. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. His golden wings spread out. He soared into the sky and instantly flew in front of Zhang Sanwuji. He descended from the sky and slashed down with his sword. Zhang Sanwuji roared angrily. Lin Feng had blocked his path, and he had no choice but to deal with Lin Feng's attack. He waved his spear to block Lin Feng's attack. However, a dense killing intent came from behind him. Zhang Sanwuji's expression changed greatly. He knew that Sikong Jiayue had attacked him. Zhang Sanwuji wanted to move to the left to avoid Sikong Jiayue's attack. However, at this moment, Lin Feng activated his devouring martial soul. Triple devouring martial soul superimposed. It formed a powerful magnetic field that directly imprisoned Zhang Sanwuji. A blade flashed. Sikong Jiayue's blade pierced through Zhang Sanwuji's chest. Zhang Sanwuji looked at the dagger in disbelief. In the next moment, Lin Feng swung his sword at Zhang Sanwuji. Puff! Zhang Sanwuji's head flew into the sky, blood spurting out as his headless corpse fell to the ground. Little bastards, are you courting death? The old servant rushed out. When he saw that Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue had joined forces to kill Zhang Sanwuji, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He roared angrily. That shriveled body abruptly moved towards Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue. This old fellow is crazy. Let's go, Lin Feng shouted. His and Sikong Jiayue's target was Zhang Sanwuji. Now that Zhang Sanwuji had been killed, there was no need to fight with the old servant. Lin Feng grabbed Sikong Jiayue and spread his golden wings. He instantly soared into the sky and disappeared. The old servant wanted to chase, but he could not catch up. 50 miles away, Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue landed. Haha, how refreshing! The two of them laughed. After getting rid of Zhang Sanwuji, the two of them were in a good mood. They did not stop. After resting for a while, they continued on their way. The two of them were going to pass through the depths of the Black Fog world. They were going to enter the true battlefield of gods and demons. They passed by the place where the Cheong Chi primordial spirit had fought the three beasts. That eternal suppression god Devil Steel. Sikong Jayue pointed at a stone stele that was more than 10 meters tall. It stood at the end of the ground. The words Eternal Suppression God Devil Steel flickered with a demonic, blood-red light. An ancient aura emanated from the Eternal Suppression God Devil Steel. This ancient steel was extremely terrifying. Even the Cheong Chi primordial spirit had been destroyed by it. If the Eternal Suppression God Devil Steel had not been severely injured, it might not have been able to destroy the Cheong Chi primordial spirit's consciousness. Lin Feng and Si Kongjue walked towards the Eternal Suppression God Devil Steel. They wanted to take a closer look at it, but at this moment the words Eternal Suppression of Gods and Devils suddenly emitted endless blood-red light. A terrifying aura surged out and enveloped Lin Feng and Sikong Jayue. Lin Feng immediately felt that the terrifying aura was about to destroy his body. Wah! Even someone as strong as Lin Feng could not withstand it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 371. The eternally subduing god Devil Steel was too terrifying. Lin Feng coughed up blood, but Sikong Jayue's situation was even worse than Lin Feng's. So. The two of them quickly retreated, leaving the eternally subduing god Devil Steel behind them. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. From afar, the three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood centipede carried the eternally subduing god Devil Steel to kill the Cheong Chi primordial spirit. Who would have thought that we wouldn't even have the ability to look at it up close? We were almost killed. Sikong Jayue said, "This eternally subduing god Devil Steel is too strange. Perhaps it really is an ancient steel built to suppress the ancient gods and devils who died in the ancient battlefield of gods and devils." Lin Feng and Sikong Jayue quickly left. Where are they? Where are they? About 2 hours after they left, the old servant chased after them. His killing intent was almost tangible. The old servant's roar shook the sky as he searched for Lin Feng and Sikong Jayue. However, Lin Feng and Sikong Jayue had already left. "You won't be able to escape. I can feel your faint auras. No matter where you run to, I will kill you to avenge the young master." The old servant's face was distorted as he quickly chased after them. Rumble. The earth quaked as an army of undead appeared in the depths of the black fog world. And it wasn't just a single wave. The undead army had sealed off the entrance to the ancient battlefield of gods and devils. There were many cultivators lingering in the outer regions, waiting for an opportunity. "Friend, may I ask why there are so many undead here?" Lin Feng cupped his fists and asked a cultivator in his 20s. The cultivator replied, "There is a country of undead in the depths of the black fog world. Do you see it? It's deep in the mountains over there. The undead army is the undead from the country. It's said that they were an extremely powerful force when they were alive and were under the rule of the ancient devils. However, during the ancient war of gods and devils, they betrayed the ancient devils and joined the ancient devils' army. They were cursed by the ancient devils. After the ancient war of gods and devils, the cursed people who were cursed forever became undead on the ancient battlefield of gods and devils, protecting the black fog world and preventing outsiders from entering. A cursed army." Lin Feng was startled. After a pause, Lin Feng continued, "The ancient devil's army's army and devils and devils and devils can't enter the battlefield of gods and devils and devils. At night, the passage to the battlefield of the gods and devils will open. At that moment, cultivators can force their way in. Of course, they'll be attacked by the army of the dead, so they'll have to rely on their own strength." The cultivator said, "So that's how it is. Everyone is waiting for night to arrive." Lin Feng nodded and thanked the cultivator. He then walked towards Sikong Jayue and told him what he had heard. "Let's find a place to rest and recover. At night, we'll follow the army and charge into the ancient battlefield of gods and devils." Lin Feng said. The two of them found a place to rest. More, and more cultivators gathered. Obviously, everyone knew that they could only succeed in breaking through if they stayed together. After all, the undead army guarding the depths of the black fog world was not to be trifled with. Although they were cursed and turned into undead and did not have the powerful strength of the ancient times, these undead were still very terrifying. The decrease in strength was only a relative term. Lin Feng and Sikong Jie went to find a place to rest. At this time, they suddenly heard a voice behind them. "Boundless Taoist Master, what a coincidence to meet you again." Lin Feng turned his head and saw the boundless Taoist Master. He was speechless and could even be said to be rolling his eyes. Why did he meet this damned Taoist Master again? No matter where he went, this Taoist Master's figure seemed to be everywhere. "So it's Taoist Master. Nice to meet you." Lin Feng cupped his fists. "Boundless Taoist Master said, looking at your glowing face, it seems that you have benefited greatly." Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's all thanks to Taoist Master. If not for Taoist Master's accurate predictions, how could I have had so many fortuitous encounters?" Lin Feng emphasized the word accurate. He was obviously mocking boundless Taoist Master's fortune-telling skills. This guy kept saying that Lin Feng would have a bloody calamity. Boundless Taoist Master laughed and said, "Benefactor is too polite. If Benefactor thinks that this poor Taoist's predictions are accurate, can you give me a few spirit stones to use?" What the Lin Feng was speechless. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone as shameless as boundless Taoist Master. He actually had the face to ask Lin Feng for spirit stones. "Take it, and don't disturb me." Lin Feng took out 2 low-grade spirit stones and gave them to boundless Taoist Master. Boundless Taoist Master smiled and said, "Benefactor is very kind. Good people will be rewarded." This damn Taoist Master had finally said something nice. Lin Feng and Sikong Jie walked to the side. Sikong Jie said, "This is the first time I've seen a Taoist Master in the East Province. These Taoist Masters are all very mysterious and don't walk around much. It seems that this Taoist Master's fortune-telling skills are quite accurate. How about I ask him for a fortune-telling too?" Lin Feng said unhappily, "Don't be fooled by that Taoist Master. How could this Taoist Master have any real skills? I only gave him 2 spirit stones because I was annoyed by his swindling." Sikong Jiayue's mouth twitched and said, "A fake Taoist Master? This guy really knows how to play. He actually dares to pretend to be a Taoist Master. If those Taoists find out, I wonder if they'll skin him alive." Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue found a place to rest. During this time, more and more experts arrived, including some people from ancient factions. Lin Feng saw a few people with silver hair. It was said that they were experts from the silver-haired race, an ancient race that was very powerful. He also saw a few mysterious people shrouded in long robes. Their auras were restrained, but there was a magnetic field around them that prevented anyone from spying on them. They were definitely terrifying people. Many experts have come, and there are even people from ancient holy lands. This is even better. Only with enough experts will we be able to enter the battlefield of gods and demons more easily, Sikong Jiayue said. "That's enough," Sikong Jiayue said. Lin Feng nodded. When night fell, the passage to the battlefield of gods and demons opened. In the Black Fog world, there were more than 10 such passages. No matter which passage one took, they could enter the battlefield of gods and demons. "Attack!" Someone shouted in a low voice and rushed towards the battlefield of gods and demons. Swoosh! 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 Soon after, figures rushed towards the battlefield of gods and demons. They wanted to force their way through the passage and enter the battlefield of gods and demons. The people from the ancient factions have made their move. Let's do it too. Soon, the cultivators hidden in the surroundings all rushed towards the passage. Rumble. In the depths of the passage, the sound of the earth shaking could be heard. Black fog covered the sky, and from the black fog, A densely packed undead army rushed out. Bang! The cultivators and the undead army collided. Roar! A undead army that was 4 to 5 meters tall held a huge axe and swung it towards Lin Feng. If the axe hit him, he would definitely be smashed into meat paste.